All right, guys. Today is CPI data. It is one of the largest days we will ever get on this live stream. Uh, it's generally a pretty big day for market activity. And yeah, that's today. We'll see what we get. Should be a really fun day. I'm excited about it. And yeah, hopefully, hopefully we get some good stuff. It's truly. Let me know what you guys think we're going to get today. And yeah, honestly, it really should be fun. What's up, White Chocolate, Angelo, Card, Dan, Game, Snazzy, uh, Johnny, DS, Lives, Matev, B. All right, guys. Yeah, so expectations today. We put a video out yesterday. Expectations are for 5.2%. Let's get some music playing. Yeah, it's one of the biggest days we get in the market every month. CPI inflation data. And yeah, I'm excited for it. Slowly waking up now. Get my headphones put in here. What's up, Beach Digital? Bulldog, what's up, man? Orkin, what's up, dude? Bank, what's up, man? Peter. Yeah, I don't know. Let's do a poll. We're gonna do a poll like we always do here. We're gonna do a poll like we always do. But what will today's CPI data show up as? So we're gonna do one under 5.2%, better than expected. At 5.2%, as expected. Hey, thank you, Bulldog, my guy. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely top 3 for sure. But yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. At 5.2%. So under 5.2%, at 5.2%, or over 5.2%. Worse than expected. Vote on this poll. We got the poll going live. Under, at, or over. There's the link. Check it out. Thank you to Bulldog Trading for the donation, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Yeah, so if you don't know what CPI data is, month over month expected to show up at 0.4%, I believe. Yeah, or that's for core. Let's see what the regular 0.2%. I'm sorry, 0.2%. We will put this up on the scroller at the bottom of the screen. 5.2% year over year, and 0.2% month over month. There you go. Yeah, so basically, CPI leaks they could happen, but they don't happen a lot. They don't happen as much as everybody pretends they happen. I'll put it that way. You know. Okay, so The SPY's actually gapping up today. And if we look at the market yesterday, market gapped up some and then pulled back right before the close. You can see the pullback right at the end of the day yesterday, where the market went all the way up to like 411s, pulled all the way back down to like 409s. At this point in time, it's back up to 410 plus at 410.50s, right around the highs of yesterday. Tesla down at 186s, 185. So you see the dollar index all the way on the right side here. It's at 102s right now. Bitcoin has been popping up. What's up? All we do is twin. Yeah, vote on the poll. We got the poll live now. It looks like a majority of people think we're going to come in better than expected today at under 5.2%. I hope y'all are right, man. I really do. CPI is not released already, man. The people can pretend there's a leak because most of the time they're just trying to influence other people's positions. But CPI is not out already. Again, I'll say this once. I say it every major economical release. Every release like this, we get people claiming there's a leak. At this point in time, the people claiming a leak would almost have a good chance of accidentally getting it right, and they still haven't. They've still been wildly wrong about whatever the quote unquote leak was here. Okay. Oh, sorry, I bumped my mic. My apologies. Yeah, we're gonna get a timer on the top left too. And so I guess what I'm saying is, don't believe anybody that says there's a leak. It's never true. All right, we got a timer here. Data comes out. Ooh, it's about 6:18 in about 2 hours and 11 minutes. All right, so here's the timer. We got the timer live. 2 hours, 11 minutes. So leaks happen, but it certainly is not as much as people in the chat say it is. Most of the time, again, generally, people in the chat are just trying to influence their own position. So it's like if you got a bunch of, if you're shorting Bitcoin huge, if you're shorting Bitcoin, it might feel good to tell people the leak is in and that, somehow we're doing way worse than expected and vice versa. All right, guys. So yeah, Tesla down, SPY up. Tech Q is gapping up a little bit, not as much as the SPY. The SPY is leading the Q a little bit. Maybe that's because of some other non-tech stocks moving. We also have the Fed minutes report today. If you didn't see the video we dropped yesterday, we also have the Fed minutes report today. Very relevant report. Will move markets as well. Today actually should be a really big volatile day in market activity, to be honest here. It should be a pretty big day with regards to like market activity and movement here. CPI data will be positive. It's already baked in, maybe. Yeah, there's my timer, guys. You're welcome. Market will be positive or negative. Well, it really depends on what number shows up today. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, CPI numbers are going to show up. That's what's going to influence positive or negative, good, bad market, is what that number shows up as. If that number shows up positive, which is lower than expected, lower is good, higher is bad. This is what you got to understand. Lower is good, higher is bad. That number comes in We're also going to do a Twitter poll. All right, guys. So we're gonna do a Twitter poll as well, which we're working on right now. Hey, also do me a favor, guys. Do me one favor. Hit the like button. Let's bump those numbers up to over 100 likes if we could, real quick, before it's too early. I appreciate it if we do. Thank you. So all right, so the three options are going to be positive reaction, negative reaction, or neutral. All right, so yeah, positive, negative, or neutral reaction. We got the poll live right now. Vote on the poll on Twitter. I'll put my Twitter handle up if you want to give your boy a follow on Twitter. I appreciate it. But yeah, hey, thank you so much, Bulldog, for becoming a member, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Just saw that, man. Thank you, dude. Shout out to you, man. I should still be a member on your channel, I think. Yeah, all good, man. So uh so somebody said, hey, the expectations are going to be 5.1%. Number one, so what's up, Liv? So the expectational number will vary, right? So it'll vary. It depends on the analyst that's analyzing it, to be honest. So Bloomberg has it right now at 5.2%. Market Watch has it right now at 0.2% on the month. And 5.1% on the year. And so everybody has it a little bit different in that regard, so people aren't going to have it the same. And so the expected number, it's anywhere between 5.1 and 5.2% this year, or for the year. Hey, thank you, Ray. What's up, CT? What's up, Pawn? If CPI is high, how much market will crash? I don't know. What's up, TD? We'll see. If it depends on how high it is. If it's really high, if it's like 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, then the market's going to drop pretty fast, in all honesty. If it's only slightly worse, then theoretically it shouldn't be that bad. But who knows? Tesla's starting to creep back up over the VWAP here. SPY's still looking good, man. SPY's still looking good. There's Tesla at 186s. Can y'all not hear the music? What's up, Johnny Trades? What's up, man? No, CPI 5.1 will not crash the market, in my opinion. Trading. 5.1% is as expected. Maybe, depending on which analyst you look at, could be seen as better than expected. But again, it shouldn't hurt the market. But you never know. I mean, honestly, you never really know. It could do anything, in all honesty. But technically, it's neutral. John, what's your EMA and SMA set to? This is the 200 EMA. So this is the 200 exponential. This is the volume weighted average price. Dollar index moving up could drag the market down now. 5.1, 5.2% is what's expected. Yeah, 5.1, 5.2% is what's expected. All right, guys. SPY at 410.40. So gapping up a little bit. And again, if you look at the market activity, if you look at like a 10-day chart, I think this might play a factor here. We put a video out talking about, basically what's going on here and like what we think could happen in this way and all that stuff. I think the market might be a little bit extended on the upside, to be completely honest here. I think the market's just pushed up a lot over the last couple days. And so in that regard, I think even if the data comes out positive, I think there might be some extension factor to pay attention to. If you look at the market, I think this is a 10-day chart. Yeah, 10-day chart. Market's gone up pretty heavily from about 395 all the way up to 410. And that's a pretty big number. If you look at a 20-day chart, it's even more profound of a move up, going up from about 384s, 385s, all the way up to 410. So this is just a big move up on a 20-day chart. If we look at a longer day chart on a 90-day chart, we're still green on a 90-day chart. You look up a 6-month chart, we're flat. We're slightly green actually, but we're somewhat flat on a 6-month chart. You look at a yearly chart, obviously we're a little bit red, but we're starting to move up a little bit more from this. We're still red, but not as much. And if we could break over 420, 430s on the SPY, then honestly, we're moving towards that break even on the year price, which is right around 450. Regardless of this, within the month, if we hold these levels within the month, the SPY will be green on the year. So by the time this month is over, the SPY will be green on the year if we hold the gains that we're at right now. So that's an interesting dynamic to have to this too. And again, I think on a shorter term basis, I think we might be extended on the upside. Of course, I have no idea what's going to happen here. No idea what's going to happen. Not an investment professional. I might be wildly wrong about everything. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Do not copy me. But I think we might be a little bit extended. And again, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Is there no music? Is there no music? Chat. Burry said it would be like this. Not necessarily. Burry told everybody to sell before the last rate hike decision when the market was well below where we are now. So I mean, I'm not a Michael Burry hater or anything, but I don't know how right he was right. Okay, no music. Thank you. Sorry. Let me fix that. Man, top 3 greatest looking traders in the world right now. Look at that. Look at that face, man. Wow. Just as handsome as ever. Look at me. No, I'm just joking. Kind of. I mean, I'm serious, but I gotta say I'm joking because I'm humble. Top 3 most humble people ever. Will the market move up right now at 410s? Dollar index at 102.07s. Let me know if you can hear the music now. You should be able to. Let me know if you can hear the music. You should be able to now. I tried to sleep in, but woke up even earlier than I usually do. Hey, that's how it happens, King. If you say you're humble, then you're not humble. Oh, man, those are fighting words, sir. Dude, I'm definitely tapped. You better ask around, man. That's all I'm saying. Ask around here. They're going to be like John from Beginner Trading, the most humble man in the world. Definitely top 3. And it's hard to be this humble. It really is. Humility just flows through me like water, But listen, I mean, when you look this good, and everybody's like, John, you're so handsome. I just say, look, I know. I try to be humble. You know what I mean? Anyways, dollar index at 102.07s. Tesla at 186s. Yeah, Fed minutes today as well. We got the Fed minutes report. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic, guys. I'm obviously being sarcastic. I'm just kind of trolling you guys a little bit. But Fed minutes today at 2 p.m., which is a very relevant report, a very relevant release, will influence markets. Hey, what's up from Melbourne, Australia? What's up, George? 8:30 p.m. here on a Wednesday night. I'm thinking inflation will be like 5.7% because pump and dump was building up since a few months. Maybe. Man, maybe. We'll see. What's up? Yeah, music should be back. CPI rising curve to see on the yearly. Yeah, maybe. No, I mean, the whole reason Burry, the market's green relative to where Burry told people to sell. Also, right after he said sell, the market ripped up pretty big numbers all the way up to like 420, and then came right back down. And so, yeah, I'm not a Burry hater. I think Burry had a great call in 08. But I think what happened is, like, I think Burry developed a larger ego. I think what happened is that I think they made a movie about him. And I get it, dude. If I was Burry, I'd probably have a larger ego too, top 3 egos in the world. But, they made a movie about him. And so in that regard, he's got to be looking at himself like, man, they made a movie about me. I know if they made a movie about me, y'all would never hear the end of it. So, I mean, I can only imagine that Burry developed, a pretty big ego from that movie. But he's basically been calling for a crash for the last decade, and been wrong about it mostly. Even if we do crash now, he's still running pretty low percentage accuracy. And again, so I'm not hating on Burry, but he's the big running joke of Michael Burry is that he's called 20 of the last 2 market crashes. Basically, he overcalls crashes. Now, maybe he's right here. I really don't know. Again, I really don't know. I do think the market's a little bit extended here heading into the CPI report. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to crash necessarily, but I do think the market's a little bit extended heading into this. At the same time, I think we do have some recession fears, with the banking problems that went on. And I think a lot of people got nervous. And so maybe that started to influence spending and drying up spending to a certain extent. That's possible. The banking crisis and disaster that happened could lead to less spending and more market fears. I'm not sure. Let me know what you guys think. Have you seen lower prices? The easiest way to try to gauge inflation, to be honest, is you look around at prices in your area. Have they gone down? Have you seen lower prices over the last, this CPI report is going to be the report from March. So in March, did you see lower prices relative to February? Is the question you have to ask yourself. And again, I don't really know in this instance. I really don't know. I know prices have gone down, and that's what they're expecting them to do, is they're expecting for prices to go down. If you look at the last report came in at 6%. This report, they're expecting 5.2%. So they are expecting less inflation, lower prices relative to the last release from February. So, yeah, we'll see. But by their logic, by analyst expectations, and generally analysts know what's up. They know. They know what to expect. They have really good data to back things up with. And so in that way, they're expecting lower. And I think we'll definitely come in lower than 6%. So no matter what, I think we're going to come in under expectations. Or not under expectations. No matter what, I think we're going to come in under what we did last time, which was 6%. Now, how much and all that stuff, I really don't know. I hope it's lower. I'm generally a bull, I guess. I think we're a little extended. I haven't really been buying up any swing trades, which is usually my most effective way of trading is swing trading. I haven't really been buying up anything. My swing trades have been kind of quiet because, frankly, I just don't trust the market right now. If we get a big drop from CPI, though, I will buy stuff up. Generally, I'm a trader that buys stuff up when everybody else is yelling at me not to. And it honestly generally works. This has happened many times over the last 6 months. I buy up these stocks that are falling down, quote unquote, catch a falling knife, so to speak. And it works. Generally, they bounce back. Again, I did it with SQ. I did it with Snapchat. I did it with Disney. I did it with Google. I did it with Amazon. I could go on and on, to be honest. But the point is, I look for pullbacks. So if we pull back today, I will buy stuff up. It depends on how much the pullback, how large of a pullback it is. And stabilization plays a factor there. I want it to stabilize before I buy it. But that's something I will be looking at today as well. We'll see. Let me know what you guys think. Looking at the poll numbers from chat, 45% of people think we're going to come in under 5.2%. 45% of people think we're going to come in under. So 45%, almost half the votes out of 250 votes already, think we're going to come in better than expected. 30% think we're going to come in neutrally. So we actually have more people voting for neutral than we do for under, or for worse than expected. So we have more people voting neutrally at 5.2% as expected, 30%, than we do voting worse than expected at over 5.2%. So 26% of people think we're going to come in worse than expected. 30% of people think we're going to come in neutrally. And 44% of people think we're going to come in lower or better than expected. We also did a Twitter poll here as well that we can look at right now. We got a decent amount of votes in the last 15 minutes. 48% think we're going to get a positive reaction. I'm seeing more bulls today than bears. 40% of people think we're going to get a negative reaction, and 12% of people on Twitter think we're going to get a neutral reaction. Again, give your boy a follow at Beginner Trades on Twitter. I'll put the link up here. This is the link. Groceries are still high. A handful of things came down. Bank of America says they expect March inflation data to show it's sticky again. The forecast is for core CPI to rise 0.4% month over month and 5.6% year over year. JP Morgan are looking for an even higher month over month core inflation at 0.5%. Bloomberg is looking at, with regards to core inflation, they're looking at 0.4% month over month for core. Now, if you don't know what core is, core measures prices excluding food and energy. Anytime you hear core, it's generally referring to the numbers excluding food and energy prices. Some people think that that's a better gauge of what prices are actually doing when you take food and energy out the equation. I disagree. I think that food and energy play a huge role in our spending on a daily basis. And so while I understand people looking at core prices to gauge inflation, I think we have to look at food and energy prices as well. I think it's such a large percentage of our overall purchasing that we can't ignore it. And so core number is good, but I look at the regular number more than anything. But we'll report on the core number. Again, thousands of people tune in for these streams because we cover this data very, very quickly. So, hey, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Again, bump those like numbers up. We're at 71 likes. We need less than 30 likes to break over 100, and I'd love to do it before 7 a.m. Yeah, exactly, Liv. Data releases at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Above or below what is good for bulls? Below. Lower. It's pricing. So this is pricing, inflation pricing. So lower is better. Higher is worse. Good day, traders. Core will possibly be up, which will be a problem. Maybe. Oh, bro, profaneness, dude. I've got a family of 4 as well. I got 2 kids. I got a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old, bro. Listen, food is super expensive, dude. We go to the grocery store. We go to Whole Foods. We'll spend like $800, $900 a trip sometimes right now. So, and that is way higher than we used to have to pay there, man. So yeah, food prices is freaking out of control right now. Uh, how long you been trading? 6 years, 7 years, 6, 7 years. Uh, Whole Foods, bro, you're rich. We don't go there every time. Most of the time we go to like Kroger or HEB or something. Not generally Whole Foods, but depends on if we're feeling snazzy that day, you know. Uh, yeah, but the reality of the any CPI study is that nobody knows what the number's going to be. Analysts can put out a reasonable estimate, but nobody really knows. And just be ready if you're holding anything with regards to short-term trading at 8:30. Be careful, man. Prices can move, and they can move a lot. Again, bump those numbers up, guys. Hey, help me break. We need 11 likes. Help me break over 100 likes. Yeah, for sure. Kids eat, man. Core CPI and CPI is the same. Do they affect the same way? Well, I would say base CPI has more of an effect over markets than core. It just has more people looking at it, but it's close. The difference, again, between core and regular CPI is core is excluding food and energy prices, right? So it's all gauging inflation. Core excludes food and energy. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, be safe out there, brother. All right, guys. Will the market dump today, guys? I don't know. All right, Marcus, trying to move up. Let me put the Discord server up. I don't know how Discord. All right, Tesla at 186.20s here. So Tesla's starting to rebound. Let's see if that drags the market up. We can also look at the dollar index, which has been down today. Uh, All right, guys. SPY tomorrow. Also, guys. So today we have CPI. Tomorrow we have PPI inflation data. So very relevant. Yeah, we're gonna stream the FOMC minutes, of course. We do it always. We again here at this channel, we stream all the major economic data. So we stream CPI, PPI, jobless claims, retail sales, non-farm payroll numbers, GDP data, unemployment, Jerome Powell, press conferences, Fed rate hike decisions, the Fed minutes report, as well as the market reaction, all the big earnings reports. So Tesla, Netflix, Amazon, Apple, Google, Disney, Snapchat, whatever it is, we stream it and we cover it, and you can watch the full earnings call as well as market reaction here. All right, guys. So market's still over. Look how light the volume is ahead of this report here. So this report will influence things heavily. Market's a little light leading into it, but that's okay because again, most of the time they just kind of patiently wait. A lot of the time there's apprehension leading into this report because less people are confident in it. Yeah, timer might be in the top right. Yeah, so we got about an hour and 40 minutes. Data comes out at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Burger King filed for bankruptcy, closed 27 franchises and likely to close more. Yeah, Burger King's always been kind of iffy to me. Honestly, Burger King's my least favorite fast food place. Like, I love McDonald's, but McDonald's is kind of like a guilty pleasure. I know I shouldn't be eating there, but like it's good. Breakfast there is really good. But Burger King just doesn't really have much to go for. They've got the Whopper, but like I think Burger King out of all the other places has the smallest following of people interested in eating there. So yeah, the inflation number will definitely affect crypto. I'm new to trading. Please give me advice on where to start. Well, the way you want to start is just take it very, very, very slow. Very, very, very slow. You got to take it slow. You can't, you can't. A lot of times, what happens to traders is that they go on social media and they look at all these other traders who are posting these big gains and kind of gambling away. And what the traders will do is they'll make it seem easier than it is. And so new traders, instead of trading small and starting really safe and small, they instead start to just try to mimic those big guru traders who they're copying. And they just end up losing a bunch of money very fast, right? And they lose money quickly. And before you know it, their account's gone and they just don't know what happened, right? Well, the reality of it is most of them are just trading way too big relative to their account size, so like in that regard, you got to be trading small, especially in the beginning. You should be trading very, very small. So in the beginning, you got to be trading really small. You can't be trading super heavily with new trading and a new trader. Most new traders are going to lose money. And so it's like if you try to be one of those traders that is just, I guess the easiest way to describe it is if you're one of those traders that is so desperate for validation in the beginning that you take huge sizing just so you can try to flash some stuff on social media, like your profit and loss snapshot on social media, you're probably going to end up losing a lot more than you would. So I guess that's the thing to understand is that trade small, guys, in the beginning. You're probably going to lose money if you're brand new. Learn to trade with a demo account or a paper account, and then after that, learn to trade with just small size. You can make $10 a day, you can make 100 or 50. You just need to increase your size, and so build your system with small size. Don't be one of those traders who builds their system with large size and ends up losing a lot more out of testing than they really need to. Unless you got it like that. If you're a millionaire, do whatever you want. But yeah, that's what I think traders should do. What is CPI data exactly? 5.1% still bullish. CPI is the consumer price index. It's pricing across the country for consumers. The lower the number, the better it is. So it's inflation data and prices, right? So in a time of high inflation fears like we are now, where everybody's kind of worried about inflation and pricing and prices are too high and it's scaring people and everybody doesn't like it. In that period of time, higher pricing is worse. So if we get numbers today that show pricing is higher than expected, that's bad. Market will not like that. Market will probably drop. You never know for sure, though. The big thing to understand is that nobody knows what the market's going to do. One thing that the last PPI report showed, because again, there's two different sides to that coin. We have CPI and then we have PPI tomorrow. PPI is the producer price index. Today is the consumer price index. And again, there's two sides to that coin. CPI is consumers and PPI is producers. PPI is tomorrow. The last PPI report came in lower than expected. So the last PPI report, which is seller inflation, is pricing for sellers or for business owners, basically. In that regard, PPI came in lower than expected last time, and the market fell. And so you never know. You really don't know what the response is going to be. We can bet on probabilities and say, hey, if it's much lower than expected, great. And the larger discrepancy between the expected price and the actual price, depending on if it's up or down, will cause a larger reaction if it's the larger the discrepancy there. That's the thing to understand. So we did the poll already, Saj. 0 basis points. So this isn't the Fed rate hike decision. I'm assuming you're talking about the next rate hike decision, which should be at the end of this month in a couple of weeks. Yeah. Do you think we pivot? I think it's possible. It depends on what the numbers show up today as, though, for sure. All right. So looking at our poll number, we got about 400 something, almost 500 votes. 38% think we're going to come in better than expected. So 38% think we're going to come in under 5.2%, which is better than expected. 31% think we're going to come in neutrally at 5.2% as expected. 31% think we're going to come in worse than expected, over 5.2%. And again, vote on that poll. Let me know what you guys think. We also did a poll on Twitter as well. And yeah. We also did a poll on Twitter. 45% of people on Twitter think we're going to get a positive reaction. 42% think we're going to get a negative reaction. About 13% think we're going to get a neutral reaction here. All right, so we're right around the volume weighted average price. The other nuance of the market today, guys, is the dollar index and the movement there. So the Dixie generally has an inverse correlation with the market. So generally, if the dollar index moves up, the market moves down. And if the market moves down, the dollar index moves up. Again, generally, it's never for sure. It's never 100%. It's never like we know for sure. But generally, if the Dixie moves up, the market moves down. If the Dixie moves down, the market moves up. We don't know for sure, though. SPY touching 414s today. Maybe, Robert. We'll see, brother. Curved up on the yearly CPI. I think we go up some before we see the downside, to be honest. Maybe. Euro, US dollar going up or down? Whew, I don't know. Hey, John, what do you think about gold and silver going up? I think if the market falls, gold and silver will probably move up with it. Probably. We don't know for sure. But again, if the market falls, gold and silver will probably go up as a hedge against, market weakness. Yeah, like Pawn said, guys, always stay risk adverse and not overextend your account. You can do great in trading 9 out of 10 times, but that one bad trade can destroy everything 100%. So you just got to be careful in that way. Better than expected? I hope so. Yeah, I don't know how much the Dixie follows major support levels. I think we have some lows here at 102s, but I don't know. Yeah, didn't we have some earnings today? I think we did, right? When's Visa earnings? I know Visa has earnings sometime soon. The other dynamic of the market this week, so it's been a slow couple weeks. We already got over 400 people here already, and it's not even 7 a.m. now. So, again, today's not going to be slow at all. Today will be a huge day. But it's been a slow couple weeks, mainly because we haven't had any economic data. And when we do have data, the only time we did have data, we got over 1,000 people there, and it was great, but the market was closed. And so we still, it's been a slower time. That stops now. That ends today because CPI today is the biggest release we get all month. PPI is huge. It's one of the largest releases we get all month. This week alone, we've got CPI, PPI, the Fed minutes report, all really major releases, to be honest. We get bank earnings Friday. We get jobless claims tomorrow as well. So we just got a lot of stuff to cover. And then next week, we've got earnings and bank earnings. We got retail sales Friday as well. So we just have a lot of stuff coming out. Dollar index moving up. It could drag the market down, but the market's kind of quiet right now. If you look at the SPY here, market's kind of quiet. Q's quiet. Again, I guess a lot of apprehension leading into this CPI report. Generally what you'll see before these big releases. Generally what you'll see before these big releases is apprehension, because again, you got to think about it in terms of like traders, right? Traders do not want to take huge size because it's essentially betting it on a coin flip. And so traders don't want to take monstrous size ahead of these reports because again, you're essentially betting it on a coin flip ahead of this. And so just be careful today, guys. Most people are not taking huge size today. Before this report. After the report, you can do whatever you want. But before this report, people are generally going to be quiet and take pretty slow, small size. They're just not going to go big and gamble big ahead of it because, again, they understand that, like, if I take a big position now and then CPI comes out negative, my position could be wildly influenced by that, and that's a risk. And so, again, generally leading up to these big releases, you'll see slower market activity, which is exactly what we're seeing right now. And then after 8:30 today, the brakes are off and market starts moving, most likely, especially with like Fed minutes report coming out. I'm expecting pretty big volatility this week, but you never know for sure. Maybe it's choppy. The reason I'm expecting big volatility is because we just got a big week with regards to like releases. Again, we got CPI, PPI, Fed minutes report, jobless claims, retail sales, bank earnings. That's a lot of stuff, man. That's a lot of economic stuff coming out, and that generally is going to influence things a lot. But we'll see. But yeah, generally it's going to move markets. What time is the data coming out? It might say it. Listen, it could say it. I'm not saying it does, but it might say it right there underneath me. Just a weatherman it really quick. It could say it Aki right here. All in this area right there. Just right around there. There also might be a timer right over there. Over there. There could be a countdown timer. There might be. I'm not sure. There's some big bets on the short side, but many will have hedged futures or options. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Chris? Hey, good morning, man. While I am bullish on my swing trades, see, John, the deal is that I can't even trade before market open or after market close. So are you trading options? Raphael, or you just don't have, because of time constraints, you just don't have that much time to do it? Yeah, false breakouts. Yeah, the market will be chaos today. What do you think will happen to crypto after CPI is released? I really don't know there. It depends on what the market does. It depends on what the market does. Depends on what the numbers show up as. Again, generally for crypto, higher is worse and lower is better. So, and the reason for that is because, like, okay, if prices are higher, people have less money to buy crypto. So like, if inflation is worse, people don't have money to buy crypto. Generally. Um, and for instance, I'll put it in terms of this, which is, if inflation is worse, if prices are higher, if the number comes in higher than expected, the dollar index will probably have a positive correlation with the number and the dollar index. So the dollar index will move up if prices are higher. That's generally bad for crypto as well. And there's a lot of ways you can think about it. But one of the ways you can think about it is, if you're sitting on a bunch of cash and your cash is gaining value, you're probably going to be less likely to take your cash and buy other things with it because your cash is gaining value. If the dollar index is running up and inflation prices are higher, you're less likely to get rid of your cash and put it into stocks or crypto. Now look at it from the opposite side. If your cash is losing value, which means that inflation goes down and prices go down, if your cash is losing value, you're more likely to take that and buy investments with it. You're more likely to buy the S&P. You're more likely to buy Bitcoin or ETH or, the Q or whatever it is, right? That is why there's an inverse correlation between the dollar index and market activity, is because you got to understand it in terms of pricing, influence over pricing, and all that stuff. No, my broker doesn't let me. Your broker doesn't let you trade shares in pre-market or after hours? It's odd. It's strange. Why don't you just get a new broker, man? Why would you use a broker like that? What broker are you using? I've never heard of a stock broker that doesn't allow you to do it. Tesla bounced it up. It might drag the market up a little bit. Look at Tesla pop up to 186.50s here. Do you follow crypto? What do you think happened after CPI? It depends on what the numbers show up as. It really does. So, like, here's Bitcoin. Bitcoin right at 30K. It depends on what the numbers show up as. It really does. So, like, if CPI shows up lower than expected, which is good, lower than expected is better. If CPI comes in light, then that's great, and Bitcoin will probably go up from it because, again, more people can afford Bitcoin with lower pricing around, and with the higher pricing around, less people can afford Bitcoin. So that's the nuance there. And it's the same thing with the SPY and the S&P 500. Generally, Bitcoin will follow the market most of the time. Not always, though. It's never 100%. Oh, yeah, all good, Raphael. Yeah, just be safe, bro. All right, guys, SPY up there at 410s. All right, guys, we almost got 500 people here around 7. Yeah, I don't know, Chris. I think crypto looks. I mean, again, I don't know what's gonna happen, of course, but I think crypto looks kind of solid right now. No, I mean, look at how much crypto has been moving, brother. Bitcoin back up to over 30K. What do you think will happen if we get higher than expected but lower than the last CPI release? I think the market will go down most likely. Type Jack, but I'm not 100% sure. But if we come in at like say 5.8%, I think the market's still going to react negatively to that because we can look at the last number from last month, but generally the market moves more so with regards to expectations. So it's all relative to expectations. So um, regardless of what we got last time, uh, they're going to look at what the expected number is and then correlate that with the actual number and use that to influence up, down. Algorithms are going to pick that up and do the same thing. And so I would look at the expected number. I mean, last number was 6%. I think regardless of anything, if we come in under 6%, then that's still somewhat positive. But I don't necessarily know if the market's going to feel the same. So yeah, for sure, Chris. All good, man. So conclusion is Bitcoin isn't the inflation hedge some thought it would be yet. Yeah, basically. Hey, thank you, Sam. What's up, Jose? What about Nvidia? Man, Nvidia's just up so much, man, over the last few months, man. Nvidia was at 108 in October. It's at freaking 280s right now, man. I don't want to mess with Nvidia. That's just too extended. I'm not buying it. I'll put it that way. I don't want to buy it. It's just too high up there. I usually like looking for pullbacks to buy stuff up, like big pullbacks, like big. I'm a bottom feeding dip buyer, is what I always called myself, because I just look for things to drop heavily and then I buy them up. And so the problem with Nvidia is simple. It's up way too much over the last 6 months or so. I need something that's down. We will cover the data within seconds of it being released. Thousands of people tune in, and we'll have thousands and thousands of people here at 8:30. Probably, at least 4 to 5,000 people here at 8:30. And the reason we get so many people is because we cover it very quickly. So you can either pay Bloomberg Terminal 30K a year or whatever it is, or you can watch the stream and we'll cover it within seconds. So, hey, hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet, guys. We're going to drop the data quick. So Adam Aaron, AMC CEO, said, quote, with more and more EV being sold every day in the US and people often parking their cars at AMC theaters for about 3 hours, do you think we should install four pay electric charging stations at our theaters where we control the parking? I don't know. Part of me just doesn't like Adam Aaron anymore. I'm not trying to hate. I'm holding AMC right now just to put it into perspective. So I'm not hating on AMC. But and AMC's been doing really nicely. But like Adam Aaron, he's just not consistent, man, is the problem. He's just not consistent. What do you guys think? Walmart is closing multiple stores in Chicago. They said Chicago stores lose tens of millions of dollars a year, and losses have doubled in the last few years. Some people don't understand the market activity, though. Starbucks. What's the flow to Starbucks? This guy's saying this is disgusting. And I'm quoting for this other guy. He says, this is disgusting. Talk about pump and dump. If anyone is following this person, do not. They are pumping contracts, getting in 10 cents below you and making thousands once they alert and sell on you. But it's Starbucks, bro. Hold on. What's the float of Starbucks here? Starbucks has got 1.1 billion shares in the float, bro. Are you really saying he's pumping up? What, dude? Tell me you don't know about the stock market without telling me you don't know about the stock market, bro. Oh, dude. Here's the problem. This is the problem with sensationalized markets, is that certain people don't understand. Like, bro, listen. What is Starbucks is simple. Yeah, bro, we could all buy Starbucks at the same time, and it wouldn't do anything to price. Like, it might make it move very small, like 1 cent, maybe. If everybody in here bought Starbucks all at once, right? Nobody's pumping up Starbucks. It's got 1 billion shares in the float. Like, dude. Am I crazy? Is it possible to pump Starbucks up with 1 billion shares in the float? I don't think it is, especially not this dude on Twitter. Let me see. Who is this man? Let me see. Money Motive. Dude, this dude better have a following. Dude, he's got like, bro. I gotta say something. Maybe I'm out of line here, but I hate Guru selling stock picks, but come on now, man. All right, anyways, market's starting to rebound. Tesla rejected under the 200 EMA. Kids, man, these kids get involved with trading and they just don't understand stocks. They don't understand the market. It's just funny. Yeah, guys. Just to put this in perspective, because some people really sensationalize the market. Reports coming at 8:30 in about an hour and 13 minutes. All right. But just to put this into perspective, okay, if a stock has billions and of shares in the float, nobody's pumping it up, right? We could all buy Apple in here at one moment. At literally one moment, we could all buy Apple. We could all buy at the same time. And Apple is not going to be highly influenced by that, you know? And so the reality of it is nobody's pumping up blue chip stocks in that way. Really. At least blue chip stocks that have over $1 billion in the float. It's just not happening. It's just not something that you're going to see because the influence that we have over those stocks is much less significant. And this is something that a lot of new traders don't understand. You know, they think there's shadowy figures everywhere holding everybody down, mostly because you lose money, you start to be paranoid, right? When you lose money, you start to be paranoid. Like if my guy over here who's all angry bought Starbucks up and then lost money on it, sometimes it's really hard for a young person specifically to be introspective and be like, yo, I just took a dumb trade. I don't care who called it out. That was a dumb trade. You know, and so instead of that, it's easier to be like, yo, this dude, and again, to preface everything else I'm about to say, I dislike shady gurus selling stock picks. I think it's one of the sleaziest things you can do is sell stock picks. Generally, they're going to give you a really big risk and a very small reward target. So you'll make money most of the time, but when you lose, you're going to lose a lot. And it's kind of like the martingale roulette strategy in that regard, where you'll make money because they're giving you a tiny reward target, but a huge risk. And then eventually you're going to lose maybe 1 out of 5, 1 out of 6 times, and then you're just going to lose everything. That's what the shady stock pick people do. But regardless of that, this isn't a pump. Nobody's pumping up Starbucks here. Nobody's pumping up the SPY or Apple. It's just not what's going on. And again, it shows inexperience as traders. If recession is near, disposable income will be less. Yeah, maybe. The problem is, though, you got these kids out here just trying to sensationalize stuff. Unfortunately, it's all good. I appreciate you youngsters in here. But yeah, nobody's pumping up Starbucks. Tesla pull it back down here. AMC, guys, is up to 560s, testing the highs from yesterday. Bitcoin over 30,000. Tesla is actually kind of looking weak right now, in all honesty. So Tesla's kind of weak here. Disposable income is noticeably less. Oh, 100%, dude. There's definitely less. Yeah, pump and dumps happen for sure, but it's not on Starbucks. Pump and dumps happen on low float stocks. I talked about it yesterday. Okay, I talked about this yesterday. All right, and again, I'm not going to mention names. I'm not going to try to go into the whole rant again. All right, I'm really not. That's not what I'm trying to do. But what happens here? And again, listen to what I'm about to say objectively. I know you guys might like different penny stock gurus and all this stuff. Most of the penny stock gurus out there, I would say not all of them, because there's some cool people. Like some of them are just day trading. Like Relentless Trader, that's my guy, man. He's cool. He's a friend. You know, and so I'm not against all penny stock traders or anything like that, right? But a lot of the penny stock gurus out there, they're specifically targeting low float stocks. If you look at every stock they call out, it's all stocks that have less than 10 million in the float. So very low float stocks. When that happens, generally what these traders do is they'll front load. They'll front load onto them. So they'll buy up 30,000 shares and then they'll wait and establish that position, which might take some time to build. And then, you know, you got 5,000, 6,000 people, 10,000 people, whatever it is in a Discord server, whatever it is. Then the shady guru will say, hey guys, I just bought up ABC penny stock, you know, and they're not going to tell you how big they took the size. They're not going to tell you when they entered. They're just going to say, hey guys, I just bought this. And so all their following is going to flood into that stock. They're all going to buy ABC penny stock. Low float, less than 10 million in the float penny stock. And that's going to move that penny stock. That's going to move that stock, you know, decently because it's a low float stock and it's manipulatable. And then they're going to sell into that. And they're going to leave half the people that followed them in like just losing tons of money, just dumping on those people, right? That is what happens. And then a lot of the time they're making money. Say they make 30 grand from that trade. Then they're going to snapshot that profit and be like, hey guys, look at how good of a day trader I am. Buy my day trading course. You know, that's what they do. All right, that's where it happens. If you want to know pump and dumps, that's what they do. That's what they're pumping and dumping. It's not Starbucks. It's obscure penny stocks that have a low float. That's where you see it. Anyways, CPI today, Fed minutes today. A lot of volatility should be happening. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, or the stock gets pumped up and then they hit you with the dilution secondary offering where they sell shares and the price just tanks from that as well. Yeah, true. I'm in Bed Bath & Beyond since I joined the channel in August. Yeah, but you guys know me. I sold Bed Bath & Beyond at like $19. Like I was very open about when I got out. A lot of people got stuck in it, but again, I was never going to hold Bed Bath & Beyond. The problem with Bed Bath & Beyond is fundamental problems. Like Amazon is eating their lunch with regards to products. You know, you don't need to go to Bed Bath & Beyond to buy stuff. And most of the products they sell there are Amazon, available products. And so the real problem with BBBY is what does their future look like with mail order products like Amazon becoming more and more common? I don't know. They got to change their business model in some way if they want to survive, if we're being completely honest. And I've been to Bed Bath & Beyond a couple times over the last year. It's usually pretty empty in there. I've said this a bunch of times over the last couple of months, but it's usually pretty empty. So that's why I'm not going to buy Bed Bath & Beyond again right now. Yeah, it's CPI today. Huge day. Very relevant day. Huge day in market activity. It's been a quiet couple weeks because of no big economic releases or anything like that. But that ends today with CPI, Fed minutes report this afternoon, PPI tomorrow, jobless claims tomorrow, retail sales Friday, bank earnings Friday, Tesla, Netflix earnings next week. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on over the next couple weeks. The slow period is over now. And yeah, it's the day. I'm excited, guys. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate you all. And yeah, it's time for growth. And again, just to put it into perspective, I'm not against everybody selling courses. Like I think sometimes I might come across like I'm against everybody selling courses. To be honest, if you're selling a reasonably priced course and you actually have market experience, do your thing. I'm not mad at that. Like I'm friends with Benzinga. I'm friends with a bunch of people that sell courses, and I'm not attacking them because some of them are valuable. I'm just against people who pump up penny stocks and then sell a course based off the profit of pumping and dumping penny stocks to their following. That's generally what I'm against. There's also a bunch of like 18-year-olds with braces out here trying to claim to be stock market experts when they've been trading less than a year or two. And they're just looking at it as a business where they can kind of sell to unexpected, naive traders. And a lot of the time, young people relate to young people more. And so they just kind of eat it up and buy their courses. And then with confirmation bias, instead of looking at it objectively, like, man, I got scammed, they're going to say, oh, this is the greatest course ever. It's the best course ever. I mean, you can find all the content for free on YouTube or Google, but like, it's the greatest course ever. That's generally what happens. Anyways. SPY back down at 410s. We'll see if it holds. Tesla testing the lows of pre-market. Gapping down on the day here. What's leading the market right now? Is Apple gapping up? Tesla is testing the lows, gapping down on the day. Apple is break even, slightly red. Microsoft is break even, slightly red. What's gapping up to lead the market today? Nvidia's down. So what's making the market gap up, guys? Anybody know? SPY gapping up today. Green on the day. 410.16 is where we're at now. The previous closing price is at 409.70s. So yeah. I'm looking for what else is moving the market. Let me see if chat has answered me yet. Yeah, courses are good and all, but it depends on what the niche is, because some niches are just filled with scams. Yeah, you know how it goes, Briggs. You got a bunch of I see them on I see him on social media, bro. I see ads from him, where these guys are like, hey guys, everybody else doesn't know how to trade, but I do. This is Bill, stock market expert, here to sell you a course today. What's leading the market right now, guys? Let me look at a heat map. Again, the SPY's gapping up, but every blue chip I'm looking at is gapping down here. What's gapping up today to influence the market? BT, is it not just a bit of a retracement of yesterday's sell-off? I don't know. Let me look at the heat map. All right, so here's the S&P 500 map. All right, so it looks like Tesla's down. Is this from yesterday? No, this is today. All right, Starbucks is up. Restaurant sector is green. Footwear is green, so Nike is green. Financial services, banks are green, it looks like. Let me see. Visa. This looks like yesterday's price action, though, not necessarily pre-market. Citi, Morgan Stanley. All right, so yeah, banking is gapping up. Healthcare, energy, Exxon, Chevron, Amazon's down, Microsoft's down, Apple's down, Nvidia's down, Google's down. So mostly small companies like Nike, HD, Starbucks, Costco, gapping up. Yeah. Bitcoin at 24K. Maybe we'll see. Looking at our poll numbers here, we do have some polls going on. So yeah, what the guy, I posted that on Twitter. What the guy responded was, it's not the stock, it's the option. My response to him was, yes, but the option is based on the stock price. The specific contract will be much harder to pump as well, just a smaller niche of traders. But I understand your point. But, I disagree, but I guess it's all good. All right, guys. Yeah, FOMC. Fed minutes today. If you don't know what the Fed minutes are, and the Fed minutes come out at 2 p.m. on the dot today. Market's right at the 200 EMA. I kind of want to buy this up ahead of it. I think I will. Wait, is this a contract? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and buy this up. We're in 50 shares of the SPY right now. I'm not going to hold this through the report, but we're right at the 200 EMA right now. But yeah, we just bought 50 shares of the SPY. Do not copy me. I have no idea what I'm doing. I might be wildly wrong. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, the Fed minutes report today, guys. So again, just to give you the procedure of market, every 6 weeks, the Fed meets to determine how much they want to raise or lower rates. If inflation is really bad, they raise rates more aggressively. Inflation is less significant, then, they're less aggressive with regards to rate hikes. That happens every 6 weeks. The last one happened, I believe, mid-March. And so the next one will happen, I think, early May. But every 6 weeks that happens. They do at 2 p.m. the rate hike decision is announced, and then at 2:30 they do their press conference and all that good stuff. The minutes report is then released weeks after that. So weeks after that, they release what's called the Fed minutes report, which is really a report that you can either get by PDF or HTML file. and it goes live at 2 p.m. on the dot. It does influence the market heavily because algorithms pick it up. They read it. They look for more foresight and potential foreshadowing into the next rate hike decision, which again, the next one is in early May, I think. So that's called the Fed Minutes Report. Just a very relevant reaction. And it's essentially a reaction to the last Fed meeting. But it gives you more details on why they chose to make the decision, what the overall state of economics and inflation is in the country, and all that good stuff. So that is today as well. It's a very big release as well. So a lot of stuff going on today, a lot of volatility potential today. And yeah, we'll see what happens, guys. Again, let me know what you guys think CPI will show up as. Again, currently looking at our poll numbers, looks like we got about 1,000 votes, give or take. About 37% of people think better than expected. 34% of people think worse than expected. So bears are starting to show up in the poll. 29% think we're going to come in neutrally. Is this like the worst time ever to start learning how to do this? No. GG, no. Number one, I'm going to tell you the truth, which is that if you're trying to day trade, no, there's no Powell speech. It's not a speech. If you're trying to day trade, almost all day traders lose money. And that's okay. I day trade, though, but almost all day traders lose money. All right, that's the first thing you want to understand about it. The ones that do succeed are generally traders who trade smart in the beginning. And what I mean by that is like most traders are going to lose money trading. Especially in the beginning, in the first 6 months, almost everybody's going to lose money. You know, some people might get lucky and make money, but it's not really a tell of their skill. It's more so just luck in that regard. If it's the first 6 months, of course, people will try to claim that they somehow broke the system and they made all this money and buy their day trading course, you know. But a large majority of people are about to lose money in the first 6 months. So the big goal is to trade very, very small paper trade, demo trade, paper trade. That is a better option in my opinion than trading super actively with big size with accounts. But yeah, it's always a good time to learn. It just depends on your expectation of it. It all boils down to having reasonable expectations here. It genuinely boils down to having reasonable expectations. If you don't have reasonable expectations, a lot of the time people are just justifying gambling and they're just taking huge risks and gambling their money away. And sometimes they'll make big money. I've seen a lot of traders that are just pure gamblers and they'll start trading and they'll make like 10 or 15,000 and they think that they are just it, you know. And then within the next couple months, they just kind of give it all back plus more. And they realize that it was just kind of beginner's luck. Yeah, so if I could start over, I would take a funded account program. And if you want to check out one, link is in the description for Top Step. They're a sponsor of mine, though, so I'm definitely biased in their favor. But the funded account programs, you can day trade futures. There's no PDT rule. They test your skill with a demo, and if you can pass their testing, they fund you as a proprietary trader. But it's just a lower barrier of entry in futures. And when you day trade futures, you're day trading the S&P 500, similar to my SPY trade here. So it's basically the same thing as the SPY trade, just a little bit different. But if I could start over, I'd probably do a funded account program. I would certainly trade smaller size in the beginning. So I'd certainly trade smaller size. And again, the biggest mistake most new traders take is that they just trade way too large of size in the beginning. You know, maybe they watch their mentor or whomever trade large size and make a bunch of money, and they want to mimic that. And so they do the same thing, and then they lose money, and then they get really frustrated and emotional, and then they take larger size, and then they lose more money. And then it kind of starts this domino effect where they've lost so much money that they're kind of like desensitized to it. And they're just like, I'm just going to go super hard with big money, and they lose even more. And then before you know it, their life savings is gone and they're distraught. And it all could have been avoided by just trading a paper account in the beginning. Demo trade, you know, trade small, trade a funded account program, trade whatever you want. Just don't trade 1,000 shares of anything in the beginning, unless you're trading like really obscure OTC cheap stuff where 1,000 shares isn't big, but that's very rare. Point is, don't trade 1,000 shares of anything. Buy 10 shares of blue chips, you know, buy 15 shares, you know, learn how to trade that way. Try to make $5-10 a day. If I could start over, that's what I would do. Anyways, Tesla starting to bounce back up. It's at 186. Hi from Manchester. Sold my Tesla last week at 201 and put in all the Algorand ready. Hey, good luck, Mark. CPI report is at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Forex trading is not gambling; it's just risky. Again, same thing, same logic. It all boils down to size. So just trade small. Hey, what's up, Break? Hey, thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, man. Thanks for the stream. As always, this is the place to get the news drops. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, for sure, Mark. Crypto futures opinion? Higher ceiling, more risk. So like crypto futures, you could 100x leverage and craziness. Yeah, so like crypto futures, you could 100x leverage, but that can get yourself in trouble a lot of the time. So just be careful if you're doing that. If I had to do it, I would only do it with money I was completely okay with losing. Because if not, it's just gonna take some huge risk. Are you trading tonight? Well, number one, I'm in Texas right now, so it's about 6:30 in the morning for me. But yeah, I'm in trading right now. I'm in the SPY currently, 50 shares, relatively small position there. My TOS account's got about 160k in buying power, about 40k liquid. Who? All right, guys. SPY at 4/10. Will inflation increase? All right, nobody knows. Yeah, if you have a bad day, step away. 100%. If you have a bad day, step away and just leave. Revenge trading will speed up losses. 100%. Yeah, what generally happens to new traders is that should we buy now? I have no idea. Again, I don't give out stock picks. I have no idea what's going to happen. Nobody else does either. They're just all guessing, and sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. But yeah, I have no idea what inflation is going to come in. I'm generally pretty flat ahead of this report just because because nobody knows what the data is going to be, and so you can gamble and take big positions off of specific expectations to this report. But again, it's generally a gamble. Nobody knows what this report's going to be in, so it's just kind of you can play roulette and have the same odds. So again, point is nobody knows what the data is going to be. Nobody knows what the number is going to show up as. Nobody knows how high or low the number is going to be. And yeah, overall, you got to just be smart. And if you do take trades based off of this, just take very small trades, I would say. All right, so we're in the SPY right now. We're basically flat. Entries 410.20 or so. But yeah, interesting day today, guys. I'm ready. We'll see what we get. Lower is better. It has to do with pricing. So lower pricing is seen as better right now. Higher pricing is seen as worse. That's the big thing to understand. Lower is better. Higher is worse. No, I haven't talked about Chris. Explain what's going on there, if you can. It's not going to be 6, I don't think. I mean, anything's possible, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's that. Probably, Matt. Yeah, we're going to trade once CPI comes out. Yeah. Yeah, we cover the results quickly, guys. Again, thousands of people tune into this stream. We'll have thousands of people here once the data comes out because we cover it fast. All right, we're green on the SPY right now. Green on the SPY. Philip says 5.2% or lower could suggest pause on May 3rd from the Fed, possibly. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we'll probably pause, but it's never a for sure thing. If inflation is getting much better, then a pause makes more sense. And again, the market will react positively to lower pricing. So we'll see. I got 50 shares of the SPY right now. I don't know if I'm going to hold it through it. It's still a pretty small trade. I mean, it's a big buying power trade, but it's still small with regards to like movement here. But we're up. Yeah, for sure, Bog. Announcement might be at the bottom of the screen. It also might be a timer in the top left. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. All right, we're just going to go ahead and take half of this off and just lock in half of it and then be a lot more loose with the rest because the market's pumping up a little bit. We're just kind of scalping a little bit. Yeah, guys, get ready. All right, so we're green here. We took a little bit of profit. I could add some size back, maybe like 100 shares, which is what I'm thinking of. But just remember, guys, be careful. CPI drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. It should heavily influence markets. All right, guys. So again, SPY move it up a little bit. If you see what's dragging it up, let me know. I don't necessarily see what's dragging this up, but it's not Tesla necessarily. You see Amazon. Amazon's starting to creep up. It's over 100 now. Disney, Apple. Apple's not really creeping up as well. Market's actually pretty flat ahead of this, but what do you guys like more? Do you guys like core CPI or base CPI? I'm not playing poker right now. Not on the big days. Short interest theory assumes that high short interest is the precursor to a rise in the stock price, and at first glance appears to be unfounded. Do you agree? You know, it depends on the stock niche, Sash. So it really depends on like what kind of stock it is. And I think it's very nuanced. I think that sometimes high short interest could signal weakness in the stock. You know, like Bed Bath & Beyond, you know, high short interest doesn't necessarily mean strength there. It just means that it means the probability of it failing is so high, big money wants to jump in on that. And so I think, but I think sometimes when there is a big discrepancy and there is the perfect storm, so to speak, with regards to like pricing, that squeezes can happen. But squeezes don't happen as much as a lot of the meme traders think they do. Like a lot of people watch the GameStop and AMC craziness happen. What happened essentially is like the traders in AMC, what happened is like traders saw GameStop squeeze, right? And there's a lot of big gurus that were founded basically from the GameStop squeeze. Like this channel grew a lot from the GameStop squeeze because we covered it. But again, some of them turned on me because I thought when GameStop was at $400 and $500, $400 or $500, I thought it was expensive, and I thought that if it was me, I would sell. And just me saying that had a lot of haters turn on me and said, "You're not a supporter of the movement." And then it dropped huge numbers. It dropped 75%, and it stayed down. And then it was just kind of crickets. But I guess the point is that like hedge funds are not stupid. Hedge funds are not going to make the same mistake by over aggressively shorting a meme stock that has a huge following like that again. They're not dumb. Like these are very bright people most of the time. And so they're not going to do the same thing immediately afterwards. And so I know a lot of people are calling for big squeezes in like AMC or Bed Bath & Beyond or a lot of different stocks. But again, the thing to understand is it's not going to happen as easily. The GameStop short squeeze was an incredibly rare incident. It's not something that happens a lot. It's not something that happens all the time. And it's something that people truly should understand the probabilities of. Yeah, banking is strong today, and banking will be really fun to watch today as well. We have bank earnings on Friday too, so we just got a lot of stuff going on today. So yeah, banking should be really, really interesting today, and later on this afternoon with the Fed minutes report, as well as tomorrow with PPI and jobless claims, and then Friday we have a bunch of bank earnings. So Friday, and again, we will cover all this, guys. So again, one-stop shop for all the major economic and stock and futures data. But Friday, to put it into perspective, we got JP Morgan earnings. Expectations there are 342 EPS, which is profitability. EPS is gauge on how profitable the company is. 3.42 cents per share profit on 36.04 billion in sales revenue for JP Morgan. United Health is coming out. Citigroup coming out Friday as well. 166 EPS on 20.08 billion in rev. Wells Fargo expecting $1.15 EPS on 20.14 bill. BlackRock expecting $7.73 profit. BLK just wildly profitable EPS here, man. One of the biggest EPS numbers in a while for BLK. Just I mean, they run the world to a certain extent, but man, BLK $7.73, 4.2 billion in rev. So their profitability is just insane. And in all honesty. Relative to their rev coming in, their profitability is high. PNC 360 EPS on 562 billion, and then Burner. So yeah, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, PNC all drop earnings Friday. So we'll see what happens there. Really interesting day, considering again all the banking stuff that happened over the last couple months. If you look at FRC is still down on the day, but it's back up to 14. It's doing okay. Tesla bouncing back up. It's at 186.40 or so, 186.40. Apple, we can look at the Dixie here. Here's the dollar index. Dollar index is at about 102s. Pretty flat ahead of this report. I do binary trading. What can happen there, up or down? Binary options are mostly a scam. Most of the people promoting them are just promoting them as affiliates so they can make money. And again, I promote affiliates, but not binary options. Binary options are mostly scams because of this. Okay, and understand what I'm about to say. You could take the same trades yourself without needing to do binary options. The problem with binary options, hold on. All right, love you. Have a good day. Love you, buddy. Have a good day, man. All right, guys. Y'all be safe. I love you guys. Yeah, Fed minutes comes out today at 2 p.m. But anyways, binary options are scammy because On average, you get a lower than a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio on every trade you get into. So every single trade you get into, you're going to have a lower than 1-to-1 R&R ratio, which means that the odds are stacked against you completely. And they sell it because they say, oh, look how easy it is. Oh, but like you're consistently every trade getting less than 1-to-1 ratio. So you're risking, put it like this. If you win, you make like $85. Just as an example, if you get in one trade, you win, you make $85. You lose 100. So your risk reward ratio is 1 to 0.85, which is very bad. It's not good. And when you're doing that consistently, the house is making all the money there. And so again, it's mostly propped up by affiliates pumping them and promoting them. And you'll see a lot of people doing that, but they're pretty scammy, brother. Just giving you a heads up, man. Trying to be honest. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am there. Hey, thanks, Saj. That's cool, man. Thanks, brother. Yeah, Fed minutes comes out today at 2 p.m. Is 5.2% good or bad for markets? 5.2% is pretty flat. Yeah, so 5.2% is pretty flat. It's what's expected from a lot of them. All right, so again, you see we're green a little bit in the SPY trade here. If I can make a little bit of money leading up to this, great. Hey, where'd my timer go? Okay, there's my timer. All right, we got about 1,000 people here. We still got a little bit under 40 minutes left. Do you think gold will go above 2030? Maybe. Depends on what the market does. Market drops, it probably will. Good morning from Montreal, Canada. Hey, what's up, brother? Thanks, Mitchell. CPI is 8:30, guys. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. How much time until CPI release? Top left, sir. Top left. Do you think Amazon is good to short or Tesla? I think there's risk in shorting both of those symbols. I know Amazon's PE ratio is pretty high still. But I just think the edge with regards to shorting those companies is so low that I just avoid it at all costs. Like regardless of PE, regardless of anything, these are some of the most famous, most well-known companies in the world. And so taking heavy short positions based off of these companies is, again, generally pretty risky. So we're going to go ahead and scale out a little bit more of this, just lock in profit. It's a small trade, but again, very, very easy trade. Again, what we did here, and if you look at these two levels here, you got the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price. One of my favorite things to do here is just kind of wait for dips to this level here. What is wrong with Epic Pen? Epic Pen's not working. Okay, there it goes. No, for whatever reason, it's only working on this bottom screen here. I can put it up here. I don't know what this thing is doing. No, come on, Epic Pen. Well, let me see how I exit out of this thing. Something distracted me. What was I talking about? How many more minutes before CPI? There might be a timer in the top left. It could be. Euro, US dollar, bull bear today. I don't know. Depends on what market does. Depends on what CPI comes in as, in all honesty. It needs to come in lower. The markets look like they want to run hard today, but we need a lower number to do so. Yeah, maybe, man. I don't know. I think it could go either way. Yeah, Amazon up big, or AMC up big today. Yeah, in terms of reactions, who knows what kind of reactions we're going to get? I really don't know. Can you explain for beginners how you can profit of today's results? I mean, It's kind of the luck of the draw today. You know, what I like to do, and again, I'm going to preface this with I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about everything. Be careful. You know, understand there's a lot of risk today, and that taking any position ahead of this report is generally very risky. But with that said, generally, I look for the result to drop. I look for the result to happen, and depending on what the number comes in as, if the number is really good, then maybe we long the market and try to ride that trend up. Maybe if the number is really bad, then we'll short the market and try to ride that trend down. Of course, we have no idea, and it might just turn on us quickly. And one of the things that comes from this is just high volatility. So if you do trade today, just trade very small, in my opinion, afterwards, because again, the range is going to be much larger than typical. 5.2% is what's expected, and so anything under 5.2% will generally be seen as positive. Under is better, higher is worse, and expectations are for 5.2%. Do we need to get AI John out here? Look at AI John. All right, just for those that haven't met AI John, I did one of those AI art simulator. I did one of those AI headshot things. Look at me. This doesn't even look like me. Oh, dude, every time I look at this, I have to laugh. But yeah, so I was doing those AI headshots. I got some hilarious results, bro. This is honestly one of the better ones too. There was ones that were terrible, that were just absolutely hilarious. This is the picture I sent them, and that's the picture they gave me. So I gave them this picture, and they sent me that. Man, the last ones that they did were much better, but still, yeah. Elvis John is what I call him, 5.2%. Yeah, I think 5.2% might cause a positive response just because it's much better than last time and it's as expected. But you never know. Again, the big thing to understand is that nobody knows. Some people might get lucky and get it right, but nobody really knows what kind of number we're going to get showing up today, except for the Fed. The Fed knows, but they're the only people that know. Maybe some of the banks know because of insider info, but again, nobody truly knows. Use that in my resume. Yeah, honestly, look at some of these. Y'all want to see them? Look, I'll show you. They're hilarious, man. They really are. I showed them to my kids. My kids were genuinely scared of the man. We affectionately named him Bill. Here, sorry, let me find it. Try it. I used try it on AI is what I used. First ones were just terrible. All right, we're finally dipping down a little bit. I'm still holding a couple shares, but I think I'm just gonna let that ride. We got less than 30 minutes here, guys. Less than 30 minutes. Johnny Depp and Crybaby. Oh, I love Crybaby. Great movie. 5.6%. Everybody in chat, list your numbers. What do you guys gonna put it? What do you guys think the numbers are gonna show up today? John, commit if you had to bet. Dude, I'm running the community here. I got over 1,000 people here, bro. I'm not going to commit to any number, dude. I really have no idea, honestly. What would be a bullish scenario? Bullish scenario would be like if we came in at 4.8% for CPI and the dollar index fell and the market would probably rip up. But again, let me know what your number is. 5.1, 5.6, down, 5.8%, 5.6%. 5.5. 5.5, 5.5, 5.6. A lot of people are expecting 5.5. Somebody said 5.0, 4.9%, 3.3% ain't happening, brother. 7, nah, too high. 5.4, 5.1, 5.7. If I had to pick a number, I'm going to go with 5%. I'm going to go with 5%. I certainly think that it could be anything now. So I'm going to go with 5%. But again, I certainly think it could be anything. I might just be wildly wrong. I see a lot of 5.5s and 5.6s. So we'll see who's right. Again, looking at our poll numbers here. We do have poll going on right now. So again, looking at our poll number here. 36% think we're going to come in under 5.2%. 36% think we're going to come in under 5.2%. On YouTube, 29% think we're going to come in at 5.2%. 35% of people think we're going to come in over 5.2%. So again, at this point, we got slightly more bull votes at about 1,700 votes. But we're pretty flat. Honestly, we did a Twitter poll as well. So we did do a Twitter poll. Let's take a look at what that one said now too. 47% think we're going to get a positive reaction. 39% think negative reaction on Twitter. And about 14% think we're going to get a neutral reaction. We'll see, guys. We'll see. Should be fun. Markets pull it back a little bit. We are in the SPY trade here. I'm going to add a little bit more to this. Size back up. We'll add 35 shares. We'll see if we get the bounce. That's a pretty big drop, though. I don't know what the reason is, but that's a pretty big drop. And again, we got a little cushion that we can play with now, so it's all good. But yeah, mostly bulls, it looks like in voting numbers, but who knows what we're going to get here, team. Nobody really does. We'll see. I hope it's positive. What was I doing prior to this? Yeah, we got about 27 minutes, 26 minutes. I'm definitely judging. I'm judging some of them, Ernie. Ernie says I'm judging people by their crazy numbers. Somebody saying 3%, I'm judging you. Somebody saying 7%, I'm judging you. Anything under 6% and over 4.5% is reasonable to analyze. But I don't know, Raph. I think I hope you're right. Honestly, I really hope you're right. He said anything under 6% would be okay for inflation. I hope you're right, bro. Again, who knows, but I hope you're right. Oh, yeah, y'all want to see the AI things? That's what I was doing here. The first ones were crazy, to be honest. The second ones were a little bit better. So, like, you just saw the first one, which were a little bit out there. The second ones that I showed yesterday. The problem is, again, I talked about this the last couple of days just because it's a fun thing to do. But the problem was like they asked for 10 to 20 solo selfies of myself. And I don't have 5 selfies of myself, let alone 20. So I sent, and on the first one, I sent them 1. I sent them 1 on the first one. And so they turned out crazy. The second one, I sent them about 10. I just took 10 pictures of myself. That one came in a little bit better. They could have fixed my hair a little bit, but I guess the messy look works. I'll take it. Now Epic Pen all of a sudden is starting to work. Oh, okay. So some of these are all right, but then some of them were just wildly off here. All right, guys, market's turning here. Again, we're slightly green, but again, I'm going to let the 200 EMA work. If that doesn't hold, I'm just going to cut it. The big problem with these, we got John the Poet. The problem here is, like, who is this man right here? I call him Patty O'Rourke, but, like, it's not me. This man ain't me. That does not look like me. My eyes are too small, is what it is. Irish gentleman right here with the red beard, but that's not me. Look at this man right here, dude. This ain't me either. AMC up at 550s. 550s. SPY still dipping under the volume weighted average price. Some of them are all right, though. Like, they're not all bad here. Some of them are okay. Look, we got John the Poet. I showed you guys this one yesterday. I'm going to make this my Twitter. Should I make this my Twitter profile picture? John the Poet. The best one is probably this one, I would assume. I call it Titanic John. But yeah, market's dipping down. Let's see if we can hold over 410s. But yeah, that's probably the better one they did. But again, still not quite right. A little bit off. Bull or bear? I don't know. You look like a banker. Hey, job done, man. Titanic John, you know. Anyways, market's turning on me, guys. I had a green trade. I gambled with the profit I made on it, and that's all right. It's pretty small. Numbers come out in 23 minutes. 23 minutes, guys. Never too late for prom. Hey, you know. Apple CEO? Nah, it's too early for Apple CEO. I would make it like horse and carriage CEO, John. You know, or like oil baron, John. Market's turning down here, though, guys. So again, the previous closing price is still pretty deep underneath this here. The previous close is at 409.70s, 409.70s. So we still got time, but yeah, we can look at Bitcoin. There's Tesla in the middle, dollar index on the right. We can put up Bitcoin. Bitcoin currently at 30+ thousand at 30.2K. Bear, but a quick push up before down. We'll see. Yeah, we stream super early usually. How to know if the CPI is going to be positive or negative by rates? Higher than 5.2% is probably going to be close to worse than expected. Lower than 5.2% is going to be seen as better than expected, but it varies. Yeah, we're going to announce all the numbers as soon as they come out. John the librarian. Hey, top 3 librarians in the world right now. Again, I'm in the SPY currently. We will see, guys. We will see what happens here. Numbers come out soon. We are going to put it in sub-only mode, team. And so we are going to throw it in sub-only mode. If you can, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. 20 minutes, guys. Tesla bouncing up today. SPY pulling back down a little bit. We're still green on the day on the SPY, but less green now. Bitcoin still moving up. Tesla holding at that 200 EMA, but the SPY is still dipping here. I guess I'll get out break even. That's probably the right way to be in this situation. The real question is not what the inflation results will be, rather where is your hot? Oh, I don't know where she's at, man. She's sleeping probably right now. Oh, no, she's up at this point, but what is the impact of CPI result on crypto and gold? Well, crypto is going to move differently than gold. Generally, the crypto is going to follow S&P 500, as well as like higher is worse, lower is better for crypto. Gold is kind of the opposite. So gold is a hedge against inflation. And so the higher CPI numbers are potentially, and again, it's never a for sure thing, but generally the higher CPI numbers, the more people are going to flock to gold and similar things, if that makes sense, right? So it just depends on which way you're looking at it. But gold will generally have an inverse correlation with the market, if that makes sense. John, which is more important, CPI or the Fed meeting? CPI generally causes a similar market reaction to the Fed meeting. In terms of like what I cover here on this channel, though, CPI is usually a little bit bigger, but it varies. Yeah, all good lyrics. And again, I don't know for sure any of this stuff, so we don't know for sure any of this stuff. We're all just kind of speculating here. Bullish or bearish for Amazon? I don't know. All right, guys. I think the Fed dumping billions into banks is going to affect it. I'm not sure. We'll see. I think bank earnings Friday will be really, really interesting too. So Friday bank earnings will be a big influence over this. CGC, Ernie? Isn't that Can It Be Growth CGC? Yeah, I mean, the problem with CGC is it's barcoding, man. And it's just been a really rough daily chart. I don't know about CGC. Just be careful, bro. Tesla's still moving up. Bitcoin's starting to pull back down a little bit. John, I don't know. BT? John, I don't know. London. Yeah, I don't know. honestly, dude, my goal is to just be not like all the other traders. Like, that's my goal. Like, I don't want to sell a course. I don't want to be a trading guru. I don't want to act like I'm some super stock market expert selling you a course. I'd rather just say, hey, I don't know anything. And honestly, being like that has helped me grow a lot, because I think people get tired of the guru, buy my course. I'm a super, smart stock market expert. I mean, I'm 16 with braces, but like somehow I've mastered the stock market in the last 6 months, which is just kind of gimmicky. Yeah, all good, David. I know it's all good, brother. I appreciate it. Thoughts on Coinbase? I mean, I think Coinbase is just directly moving with Bitcoin. So Coinbase is strong if Bitcoin's strong, and if Bitcoin's weak, Coinbase is weak. I think there's risks investing in Coinbase, obviously, especially with the SEC stuff going on. I think there's risks investing into Coinbase and similar things. But I think there's risks. But I'd rather just park my money in Bitcoin over Coinbase, just because of vulnerabilities in Coinbase being a centralized exchange. But again, everybody's a little bit different. All right, so we're slightly down on the trade here. We'll go ahead and cut it and just wait now. Wait for the report to drop first. Yeah, all good, guys. We are live for every major economic release and reaction here, team. Again, we are going to throw it in sub-only mode, so if you have not already hit the subscribe button, guys, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Tesla started to pump up. It's at 186.50s. All right, guys, SPY dipping down. Tesla moving up. Bitcoin moving up. Apple trying to move up. Coinbase break even on the day here. Apple at 161s. Gold, what about gold? Gold will probably have an inverse movement with the market itself, but nobody knows for sure. Sells. I'm usually pretty hesitant to invest in penny stocks. Most penny stocks are just scammy. But you can trade it and make money. It's just not really my style, bro. I have a feeling it's going to be higher than expected. Maybe. We'll see. I hope you're wrong, but it's certainly possible. Again, the only real way to gauge how bad inflation is going to be is look at prices around you. If pricing is really, if you thought prices were really high in March, because this is the March reading, then maybe CPI will come in higher than expected. If you thought prices went down a little bit in March, then maybe CPI will be a little bit lower than expected. That's the only real way to gauge this. We can also look at core inflation, which is anytime you hear core, it's excluding food and energy prices. But again, that varies. I'll be able to tell you usually within a couple seconds. Again, one of the reasons we get thousands of people here is because we cover it pretty quickly. We cover the data fast, and we update people pretty quick on what the data ultimately is. So, but again, you never know. And sometimes the Fed's late, sometimes they're late in releasing it and all that stuff. So it varies, but we'll cover it very quickly. Again, we cover all the major economic data. We cover non-farm payrolls, jobless claims, CPI, PPI, Fed rate hike decisions, the PCE deflator, all the big earnings, Apple, Amazon, Netflix. We'll stream the whole earnings call as well as the market reaction initially when the earnings are dropped. We will stream Jerome Powell Fed rate hike decisions and press conferences, Senate hearings with the Fed, all that good stuff. We cover it all here for free. All right, guys, market hit that 410, which has been a psychological level over the last couple of days. So we'll see if 410 holds. According to a Reuters poll, the U.S. 2-year Treasury yield is seen at 3.45% in a year. Emerson confirms it's going to acquire National Instruments NATI for about $8.2 billion, or about $60 a share. So we did get Indian CPI inflation coming at 5.66% versus 5.8% expected. And India is a pretty big economy. And so hopefully this is some foreshadowing into what we'll get for U.S. CPI. I believe I also see Brazilian retail sales came in higher than expected, though. So that's kind of the opposite side of that. But again, we'll see. Bitcoin pulling down, Tesla moving up a little bit. SPY break it down again. The interesting part right here, guys, is this previous closing price is this light blue line right here. Very relevant technical level that a lot of traders should be paying attention to. You can see 409, 410 or so. 409.70 is where the SPY, which is the S&P ETF, goes from green to red and red to green on the day. So this previous closing price right here is relevant. Important CPI year-over-year estimates were adjusted. Expected is now 5.1 instead of 5.2. Okay, guys. So I'll do my best to explain this in an understandable way. It's all relative to the analyst, right? So it's not necessarily an adjustment per se. It's more so that different analysts have different expectations. Because again, the expected number that you'll see is caused from them compiling all the different analysts' expectations and then giving the average to that. Right. And so some are going to have the point is some are going to have 5.1, some are going to have 5.2. It doesn't necessarily mean one is right or one is wrong. It just means it varies depending on the source. Okay. That's the same for any big data. It goes the same with earnings expectations as well. Sometimes you'll see Market Watch or Earnings Whisper or whatever have the expectations for EPS at $1.50, and then Bloomberg will have it at $1.55. And so it varies depending on the source. One's not right or wrong. It just varies depending on the source. It's usually within a very small discrepancy between the two. But yeah, that's the point. All right, guys, we got about 2,000 people here. Hit the subscribe button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We still got about 11 minutes before the report comes out. Lower is better, guys. Lower is better. So lower is better, higher is worse. Maybe lower numbers are priced in, but the market started to turn here. Let's watch the 410 level in the SPY. All right, so the Swiss Parliament rejects the CHF 109 billion Credit Suisse rescue package. You trade gold? Sometimes. Mostly gold ETFs if I trade it. Or futures contracts of gold. Yeah, hit that sub button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We still got 10 minutes. I appreciate the love and support, guys. Thank you so much. Again, my big thing here is you got a lot of people who sell courses and do all this other stuff. My big thing is just to create a free resource and community of traders. We have sponsors and affiliates, but my big goal is to create a free resource and community for traders where we can cover this data for free quickly. We don't charge for it. We drop it all live. We let people understand what's going on in the market and again, in an understandable way. And we put it all out there for free where we don't sell a course. We don't sell our own service. We don't claim to be experts or even good traders, and we're just trying to put a no-pressure resource and community for traders. So, hey, hit that subscribe button if that's what you're looking for. We live stream every weekday morning for free right here, and we cover all the big data. Do you like Whataburger? I like the honey barbecue chicken sandwich at Whataburger. Everything else is, But, yeah, the honey barbecue chicken sandwich is good. Hey, thank you back, man. I appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Search? Just found you today. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, it's we get people here that try to plug themselves. It's never going to work. You go into other people's streams and trying to promote yourself. It's just going to get you banned. It's going to burn bridges. It's not how you grow on social media. Spamming yourself in other people's content is not going to help you grow. You can see the CPI data here pretty much in real time. We'll get it faster than a lot of other people. But again, market started to rebound right at 410. Tesla pushing up at 187s right now, a little bit under 187s. Bitcoin still moving up. The dollar index right now. So the Dixie here, guys, is at about 102.15s, 102.15s. Bro, you don't like the honey barbecue chicken sandwich, Soul Runner? Dude. Yeah, ban him. Ban him, Pawn. Good job, dude. Yeah, again, anybody like, people don't understand. People think going to other people's streams and plugging themselves is going to help them grow. It's just going to get you banned, man. It's going to get you banned, and you're just going to burn any network you have. Again, it's not how you grow. Most of the time, it's scams too. Hey, thank you, Snazzy. I appreciate it. If today's CPI data is positive, gold is expected to go up, and if it turns negative, we'll see. Maybe, I don't know. All right, guys, numbers come out in about 7 minutes here, 7 minutes. Again, what do you guys think the numbers are going to show up? Oh, no, I'm not banning the guy who didn't like the sandwich. I mean, I should ban him for not liking the honey barbecue chicken sandwich, but I'll let him stay. It's okay. What does CPI show up as, guys? Let me know. I'm going to go with 5%. I'm going to go 5%. But again, I have no idea. I might be wildly wrong about all of that stuff. Again, lower is better, higher is worse. So I'm assuming slightly better than expected here. But again, I have no idea. Might be wildly wrong. 5.1, 5.8, 5.5, 5.3, 5.1, 5.2, 5 for me too, 5.3, 4.9, 5.6. Yeah, I'm going with 5. I don't know, though. Tesla reeling up ahead of this report. Maybe they know something we don't. Tesla popping up big. 4.9%. Hey, I hope so. Banks are saying 0.1%. Yeah, on the month, again, expectations are for, 0.4% on the month, right? All right. So, yeah, expectations are for 0.4%. No. 0.2% on the month, 5.2% on the year. $4.9%, 5.7%. Yeah, the previous time was 6%. So the last time the number came out, it was 6%. All right, guys, I'm going to get my sources up. We are going to get ready. We got a bunch of different sources we're using for this, so we can cover the data very quickly here. So bear with me, guys. Bear with me. We are covering the data fast here. Again, we got a lot of different sources up. Getting ready. I'm going to look around this. Good luck, guys. Again, data comes out very soon. Subscribe if you haven't yet. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate you all here today, team. Yeah, there's generally never a leak. It's usually just kind of sensationalism. All right, guys, we got our sources ready. Hey, thank you, MS, my guy. Thanks for the quick data release. I am longing Bitcoin today. Hey, good luck, brother. Again, remember, none of my stuff is known for sure. I'm all just speculating here. Y'all stay safe. Thank you so much for the donation, brother. I appreciate it so much, man. Thank you. Yeah, good luck, guys. Today is the day. Big day for inflation, guys. Big day for inflation. Thank you so much for the donation, bro. All right, guys, we still got about 4 minutes. 4 minutes before the data comes out, guys. Be ready. Tesla pulling back. The SPY pulling back. It's at 410s right now. 410s right now on the SPY. Huge day for market activity. Again, we do cover the data very, very quickly, and we will. But thank you so much for that huge donation, brother. Thank you so much, man. MS, good luck on your trade, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Again, SPY at about 410s. We still got over 3 minutes left. Market is starting to move down a little bit. Tesla moving up a little bit. Bitcoin moving up a little bit at 30.2. Again, 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Looking at our poll numbers for one last time before the report here. We got a couple minutes still, but we got 36% of people think we're going to come in under 5.2%, so better than expected. 36% of people, so we're split right down the middle with regards to bear and bull. 36% of people think we're going to come in better. 36% of people think we're going to come in worse. 29% think we're going to come in neutrally here. If we look at our Twitter polls, about 48% of people think positive, 35% think negative, 17% think neutral here. So again, we'll see what happens. Market's bouncing up at 410. We got about 3,000 people here, guys, right now. We still got about 3 minutes here. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We are in sub to chat, so hey, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. CPI is expected to come in at 5.2% on the month. It's expected to show up at 0.2%, 0.2% on the month, 5.2% on the year. And so again, be safe, be ready. Still got about 2.5 to 3 minutes left. And again, just be careful if you're any big position here. Any big position can be risky here, guys. So again, any major position right now will be risky. And so just be careful. Data's coming out. SPY's pushing up. We got 2 minutes now. 2 minutes, about 2.5 minutes, but still. Remember, this could cause big volatility. Lower is better. Lower is better. Higher is worse. All right, understand that. Lower is better. Higher is worse. We need a drum roll. Honestly, I need a soundboard here. But again, let me know what your expectations are one more time in chat. I'm going with 5%. But again, I have no idea if that's right. I might be wildly wrong. Do not copy me. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm definitely the top 3 greatest traders in the world right now, but I have no idea what I'm talking about. Do not copy me. I'm not liable. If you lose, don't sue me. And yeah, the market is starting to rip up a little bit. Tesla broke over the previous closing price and is trying to hold here. We're going to put the dollar index up as well. Instead of Tesla during this report, we're going to put the dollar index up and Bitcoin. So we're going to put the Dixie in the middle, the SPY on the left. Or actually, we'll put the SPY in the middle, Bitcoin on the left, and we'll put the dollar index on the right. I think that's the best way to do it. So we'll look at Bitcoin, the SPY, zoom in here, and then the Dixie right here. All right, guys. We got about a minute left here, about a minute. I'm putting the S&P 500. There's never a leak. Don't listen to anybody that says there's a leak. All right, guys. We got about a minute left. About a minute left. Good luck. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button, guys, to make sure you're fully caught up on the stream. All right. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're fully caught up on the stream. Again, make sure your play button looks like this ahead of the stream. Okay. Again, we got about 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds. Make sure your play button is red right here, or you're delayed. Make sure it's red. Okay, so make sure you're caught up. Dollar index moving up short term. SPY pulling back down. Here again, we got about 20 seconds. 20 seconds. SPY is the S&P 500. All right, guys, about 10 seconds. 10 seconds. All right, here's the report. All right, market is ripping up. Waiting for the numbers to show up here. Waiting for the numbers to show up. Dollar index is flushing down. SPY is ripping up here. CPI report isn't out yet. Let me look at Twitter. 5%. All right, came in at 0.1% and 5%, guys. 0.1% on the month, 5% on the year. Hey, listen, 5%. You're welcome. Who said that? You guys know I said that. 5%. Absolutely correct. I hit it on the dot. You're welcome. 5%. Man, y'all are never going to hear the end of it. I got this right. 5%, 0.2% or 0.1% on the month, 5% on the year. Amazing data. Market is loving life right now. 5% versus 5.2% expected on the year. Again, y'all would never hear the end of this now. 5%. Market's ripping up. Dollar index is flushing down. Bitcoin is flying up right now, all the way up to 30.5, 30.6. Again, you will never hear the end of it. 5%. We got it right. You're welcome. And yeah, y'all are never going to hear the end of it. But 0.1% on the month. Core CPI came in at 0.4% versus 0.4%. So core CPI came in as expected here. As expected. But yeah, 5%. Hey, listen, I told you guys, sometimes when you're right, you're right. And yeah, you love to see it. Core CPI came in as expected. Market's loving it, guys. Up to 412s, 413s. We'll put this data up on screen. But yeah, 5%. There's the numbers. Yeah, definitely top 3 CPI guessers in the world right now, for sure. Definitely top 3. Market's loving life right now, all the way up to almost 413s. 413s on the SPY. Huge rip up. Dollar index all the way down to 101s. And again, there's an inverse correlation here. But huge rip up on the SPY. Huge drop on the dollar index. And yeah, I'm loving life right now. Hey, I'll take it. 5% is 5%. And cheers to you guys. We told you. Dollar index is falling. Bitcoin up to almost 30.6. Hit 30.6 for a split second. SPY consolidating around 412s, almost 413s. So yeah, we'll take it. 5% versus 5.2% expected. Lower than expected, better than expected here, guys. So 5%. Again, we will take it. If you haven't already, guys, if you want to day trade this volatility, just like you saw me trading the SPY, check out Top Step. Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. There's no PDT in futures. A lot of people trying to get around the PDT rule, trade penny stocks. They trade, a cash account. The futures market, you can day trade the S&P 500 with no PDT rule. And again, Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. And it's really the best of both worlds. What they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 grand up to 150K with a 90% split. And so if you get funded, you're keeping 90% of your profit anyway. If you don't get funded and you lose the challenge, it's only $140 a month. So very cheap. So it's the best of both worlds. If you lose, very cheap. If you make money, you still keep 90% of your profit. It's genuinely the easiest way to get around the PDT rule. And I'll post the link right here. Right now, you can get 20% off on Top Step right here. If you want to check it out, great way to help support the channel. They are a sponsor of mine, but it really is the easiest way to test your skill. The lowest barrier of entry if you're wanting to day trade stocks. You can day trade futures with no PDT rule. Check out the link right there. Markets loving life, pushing up to 413s. You can also find the link in the description as well. But yeah, markets rip it up. Bitcoin testing highs as well. Dollar index breaking down here. And huge greed action in the market today, man. Huge greed action. Wow. And then this is not even the end of today, man. Today we got the Fed minutes report coming out today. So the Fed minutes report is out live today as well. So big day here, guys. Big day. Y'all be careful. You can trade the S&P 500, so the E-mini is what it's called in futures. And again, a lot of people go with a cash account, but like if you want to day trade these economic releases, the futures market's pretty much where you want to do it. It's more reliable than Forex. There's no PDT. You don't need to use a VPN because it's legal in the US to do. And again, there's no PDT in futures, and you can essentially day trade, the SPY, which is what you see moving on this economic data. So it just makes sense. And again, if you want to check it out, link is in the description as well as in the chat. They are a sponsor of mine though, so I'm biased, of course, but check them out. Yeah, market flying up right now, flying up. Hey, nice pawn. Congrats, man. But yeah, 5%, bro. Again, y'all are never going to hear the end of this. We called it exactly right. Exactly right. And I'm not usually one that likes making predictions, to be honest, which I guess is the better way to be about it. But market's still pumping up. 6 huge green candles from this release. 6 huge green candles. We're up to 413s, 50s. Dixie is down at 101.50. So huge green candles today. All right, guys. Whew. Yeah, I don't know. Bitcoin looks incredibly strong right now. Again, my taste, we were a little bit extended heading into this report, but you need to pop for yourself. Sometimes it's okay. Let people know. Listen, like I said, man, yeah, I think it works in like 130 countries, Rowan, but check with them. And again, here's the link if you want to check it out again. Yeah, we're going to stream the FOMC minutes report today. But I'm pretty sure it works in like over 100 countries. So I'm pretty sure you could use it, but check with them to be sure, brother. But yeah, man, again, we got it exactly right. I'm going to have to clip that and make a short, because we got it exactly right. Again, honestly, look, I'd love to pat myself on the back, and I kind of am, but it was just a guess. Of course, sometimes we're lucky, and sometimes luck is better than skill. But yeah, just completely guess. If I buy up anything, I'm gonna look for a pullback first. So I'm gonna wait for a pullback here. If you're short right now, you're struggling. I don't know if you guys should go long or not. I really don't know. Will they keep pumping at 1 hour after 9:30? I need a dip. I think the Fed's going to pause now, most likely. But also, we do have PPI numbers coming out tomorrow, which, again, very relevant market data, very relevant, important data. So, yeah, we do have PPI coming out. So, it depends. But yeah, we have PPI tomorrow. We've got jobless claims tomorrow. Today, we have the Fed minutes report. So, guys, this is just the start of the volatility today. All right. So, to put it in perspective, later on this evening, we got what's called the Fed minutes report. It's a PDF file that goes live at 2 p.m. on the dot that details why the Fed chose to make the decision that they did during the last rate hike decision. So, it's kind of like what it essentially is it's a recap of the last Fed meeting, is basically what it is. But it's a more detailed recap that gives you a little bit more nuance and foresight into why they chose to make the decision that they did during the last rate hike decision, which was 25 basis points. And so it does move markets. Algorithms do trade it and all that good stuff. So we're going to start buying some positions here. We're in about 20 shares of the SPY, about 20, and we'll continue to add to it as we pull back some. All right, guys, so we got a little pullback. Again, we'll try to add to this because this is really solid numbers. We got 30 shares here, 30 shares. So we got 30 shares. We'll see if we catch a bounce. And we are going to trade Top Step. So people are asking me about Top Step today. We are going to trade Top Step. So we are going to trade Top Step today. And so be ready. Because we are going to trade futures at the opening bell today as well. My Thinkorswim account's got about 160,000 in buying power. And so hey, thank you guys so much for the donations. Thanks for the coverage. I'll be back at 2 p.m. Hey, thank you. That one fit couple. We'll be streaming a little bit earlier than that, but hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Where do we find out if expectations were hit? Joan, read. It might be underneath me. It might be a key right here. I'm not saying it is, but it could be right underneath me right now. So again, 5% versus 5.2%. So we came in better than expected, lower than expected with regards to inflation data. On the monthly basis, it came in at 0.1% versus 0.2%. So better than expected all the way around there with regards to inflation data. Again, it's not the first part of, it's only the first part of the volatility today. We got a very big day moving forward. We got a lot of stuff going on, a very big relevant day for market activity, guys. So stick around. We will be streaming a lot today. And we bought a little bit of the SPY here, a little bit of the SPY. Again, let me know what you guys think. Do you think the market holds? We're going to end the poll that we got going on right now. So we're going to end this poll. The next Fed meeting, I believe, is May 3rd. But we got the FOMC minutes report today at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. So again, we're going to end this poll because we got about almost 4,000 votes out of this poll. Again, looks like most people were right. We're going to do another poll now and ask, does the market close green today? With this latest CPI data coming in better than expected, does the market close green today? Yes or no? Vote on this poll right now. That poll is now live as well. Again, vote on that poll. Let us know what you guys think. Also, guys, another one of my sponsors is a company called Chart Prime. And so like you guys see me trade a lot. This is a trading view indicator service. So you can use it on stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, basically anything on trading view, you can use it on. And it is powerful. You can use it in day trading. You can use it on swing trading. And again, it really is powerful. Let me find it. Let me show you some examples of what this thing does. Here is a 4-hour chart. So here's like a longer term. So you can use it on like a longer term basis, on like a shorter term basis. We got to watch this trade we're in it. But like, look at this. So it gives you reversal signals. So it tells you signals up or down, up or down. And in this situation, each candlestick represents 4 hours, right? 4-hour chart. And again, it's a sponsor, so I'm biased. But each candlestick represents 4 hours. But look at this. Reversal down. My favorite is finding when multiple indicators show up at once. And so look at the two bearish engulfing candles. So it shows you candlestick patterns, reversal signals. This trend line here is really powerful too. But just look at the accuracy. I can't fake what I'm about to show you. Reversal down and multiple bearish engulfing candles, drops over hours. Multiple bearish engulfing candles, literally called the very top, drops over hours. Reversal down here at the very top of this, we get literal drops over days. Again, multiple showing up here, really solid bounce back up. Reversal down signal here, drop. Reversal down signal here, drop. And these do not repaint. And so these show up in real time. Reversal down signal, drop. Reversal up signal. This one might have been wrong, but out of what, like 7 or 8, only one of these was wrong. And you can use it on a day trading basis as well. So I could put up a 1-minute chart here too, if you like day trading. And again, it could just be powerful. The crazy thing is that it's only $35 a month. So $35 a month to get that type of edge can be incredibly useful, incredibly powerful for trading. And it is something that I use on a regular basis. It is a sponsor of mine, but I really don't accept that many sponsors. Like I get sponsors emailing me regularly, trying to sponsor me. But again, just look how powerful this is. So like, here's the day trading version of it. So we're starting to see the SPY move up a little bit. Here's the day trading version of it. Look, reversal down, drops over the next 20 minutes. Reversal down, drops. Reversal down, drops. Reversal down, drops. Reversal up, bounce. This one was wrong. This one was right. 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 So it can be very, very powerful. It's only $35 a month too. And look at it calling the very tops. It's called Chart Prime. Again, stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, whatever you want to use it on, you can. And you can get 40% off. So it's $35 a month if you use my link. Check it out. You'll be able to watch the Fed minutes live right here. So you'll be able to watch the whole thing live as it happens. Hey, thank you, Steven. Yeah, link is in the description as well as in the chat right now. Again, they are a sponsor of mine. I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. But, you know, I don't accept a lot of sponsors, and I think it's genuinely useful. But of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money or anything. But again, I was wildly right about the CPI report. I told you guys if we got good data, the dollar index would fall, the market would move up. That's exactly what we got. I literally told you guys I thought we'd come in at 5%, like 20 to 30 minutes prior to the report. And that's exactly what we showed up as. Right now, we're pulling back a little bit, which is generally my favorite time to buy up stuff. So I'm buying up stuff here. We got 60 shares. I don't mind taking a little swing. We'll take 70, maybe try to get 75 shares here and take like maybe a $50 to $100 risk if we can. All right, so 75 shares of the SPY here, which is not necessarily a small position. If you want to calculate how much equity this is using right now, let me see. This is 75 multiplied times 413 basically. So this is about $31,000 in equity. And then maybe we're wrong here. If we're wrong, we'll cut it. No worries. Not going to be right about everything. And really, we do most of our trading after the opening bell. But I do want to give it time to bounce and take a little bit longer term of a day trade to see if we continue in that upward trend. The only problem is the dollar index is starting to move up, which is generally not a good sign. The Fed minutes report is at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hi, man. Thanks as usual. Can I ask, does that indicator reprint? So the reversal signals don't. They show up after the candlestick. So they show up after the candlestick, but they don't generally reprint. I'm going to cut this if we break under the VWAP here. Just didn't get as much continuation in the move as I wanted. I still think it'll probably bounce back, but I don't want to risk giving up my my gains on the year on TOS. If I enter it back, I'll probably enter it in on Top Step futures. I'll give it time to test the VWAP though, see if it bounces here. I could add another 100, but I'm not going to. I'll keep a $75 risk in this trade. And again, guys, hit that sub button, guys. We cover this data very quickly. So we cover the data fast every day. All right, there we go. Getting a little bit of a bounce back. All right, so starting to get a little bounce back. Again, kind of neutral in the trade. I mean, we're not down too much. Part of me wants to add a little bit more, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to try to be as patient as I can with this. What we ultimately need is the dollar index start to turn. The name of the indicator is Chart Prime, Wahish, but you got to use my link if you want to get 40% off. And again, the link is right there in chat. I just posted the link right there. The link for Chart Prime is right there. Again, you get 40% off using it. You need to go to checkout, Patrick, if you're trying to buy Chart Prime, just to show you guys, since some people are saying the link doesn't work. Okay, so if I go to my link right here on Chart Prime, I go to this and I click it and I go to subscribe, and then I'll put the email in. Let me put my other email in here just to show you guys this example. At checkout, you see B trades 40 right here, and it takes $22.80 off, making the price $34 a month. Okay, so yes, my link works. I just used it here, and to show you it works. Yes, you just got to proceed to checkout, sir. It prints after the first candle that the pattern shows up as. I don't see anything in interest in the Fed report from a month ago. It just notes from speech already given, but the market reacts to it. That's why we look at it. Yeah, all good, Patrick. So the next big release is in at 2 p.m. on the dot. So we still got some time for that, but that's when the next big one is. Can you please share a bit more on the indicator? I'm not gonna spend the whole time plugging something else. They're a sponsor of mine, but like I don't want to keep the stream too plug heavy. You know, like we generally only advertise things maybe like once every 30 to 45 minutes. We don't plug anything in the first couple hours of the stream. And yeah, Chart Prime's $35 a month, so it's pretty cheap. But you know, again, if you want to learn more info, just check out the site. There's a lot more data on the site that I included, where they have links and there's videos and there's all this cool stuff. Hey, nice chill. Congrats, man. Is it a good time to get on a long position? I don't know. Again, this is even this trade is risky just because it's so recent to economic releases and data. But I don't know, man. Yeah, it's all good. I appreciate the interest in my sponsors. I really do. And honestly, again, I've showed my email before. Like, y'all want to see my email? Like, I get so many requests for sponsors. I mean, listen, when you're this handsome, you know, people just want to reach out to you, you know. But I like this guy. Honestly, somebody trying to sell me thumbnails here. Somebody trying to sell me thumbnails. Honestly, I think it's hilarious. This is a good plug. Honestly, it went to my spam folder, but I'm going to go ahead and read it. The email says, quote, and this is a guy trying to sell me thumbnail design, like he's a thumbnail artist, right? He says, quote, my girlfriend broke up with me because I look like an ugly potato, and an ugly potato doesn't get chicks. Just like your thumbnails don't. Shots fired, man. It hurts, bro. It hurts, but it's hilarious. She won't come back, but you still have a chance to improve your thumbnails. Great marketing. I honestly like this. I don't know if I'm going to use them, but like they got me to read the email. So shout out to them. But no, if you want to look at my if you want to look at if you want to look at my how many sponsored requests I get here, make sure there's nothing that y'all shouldn't see here. Yeah, like look at all this stuff, man. Again, hello, sir. I'm an ad sponsor. Hey, call me, whatever. Ripple, subsidiary of Binance, want to sponsor you. Subsidiary of Binance, help me do your thumbnails. Regional aim application sponsorship. Ad sponsor, want to place ads. NordVPN sponsorship request. So the point is, I get a lot of people reaching out trying to sponsor me. I don't accept a lot of sponsors. I only, again, the ones I do accept are genuinely useful to my audience, in my opinion. But of course, it's subjective. But yeah, markets pull it back. Again, we're in a little position. Bitcoin holding at that previous closing price. Hey, but yeah, thank you for the donation, brother. Hey, William, I watch your live every day. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you, bro. Yeah, you can use it for crypto. I'm not going to say anything works because I don't know. You got to test it yourself, bro. But yeah. Yeah, that's probably why they're doing it. Some of them are, but. All right, so hey, SPY starting to move up. Part of me wants to add just a little baby trade to fix my average here because my account can handle it. Again, this is a $30,000, $40,000 account. I'm going to add a little bit, fix my average some, and see if we get that pop up here. Yeah, thanks, crypto. But yeah, I appreciate all the donations today. We actually got a ton of donations, so thank you so much, guys. Honestly, that's not even the newest. That's not even the newest email. All right, starting to head up a little bit. We'll see if the market consolidates and then makes another leg up here. 413 essentially is my average here on the SPY. So we'll give it time. What's up, Tobias? I quickly got 30% and exited for fast data. Hey, thank you, brother. Hey, shout out to you, man. Congrats, dude. Happy for you, bro. Yeah, we cover it quick. Y'all give me a follow on Twitter as well, @BeginnerTrades. @BeginnerTrades. Follow my Twitter, guys. Help me grow. Twitter's been getting a little bit of growth too. We're almost up to 3,000 follows on Twitter. So give your boy a follow on Twitter. We post a lot of funny stuff like AI John picks, all that good stuff. Let me get the music running again. So again, people said they liked today's music better. Let me know if you do. We're starting to move back up on the SPY here. And again, we are going to get ready to day trade the opening bell live. Still creeping up, basically flat on the trade now. Let's see if we keep that up. Again, we will be day trading at the opening bell live, so just be ready, guys. And again, if you haven't already checked out Top Step, that's what we're going to be day trading at the opening bell. What Top Step is, it's genuinely the best of both worlds. If you're one of those traders that wants to day trade, but does not have the equity to do so, like my TOS account's got 40,000 liquid, about 160K in buying power that I could throw around on a daily basis. That's how I can buy 85 shares of the SPY right now. But most people don't have it like that. And one of the lower barrier of entries are funded account programs. Now, a lot of them are sketchy, to be honest. But Top Step is my sponsor, and they are the most legit futures funded program in the world. They pay out millions of dollars. And this is confirmed, millions of dollars in actual withdrawals every year from their funded traders. They fund thousands of traders a year. And again, to be fair, I think a large majority of people are going to lose these funded account programs. But that's kind of the point. Like people look at it in the wrong perspective. If you would have put the money up yourself instead of taking a funded account program, you probably would have lost way more money than you're going to lose spending $130 on a funded account program. You know, that is the point, is that if you want to test your skill, if you're a good trader and you're good enough to pass their testing, you still keep 90% of your profit once you're funded. And so it's genuinely the best of both worlds. Top Step is regulated in the US by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Once you're funded on Top Step, you're regulated by the CME. Again, they pay out millions. They've been around for over a decade, and they're kind of the funded account program that everybody else copies off of. And so again, great way to help support the channel. Genuinely good way to get around the PDT rule. When you day trade futures, you're essentially day trading the S&P 500. And so you're day trading the same things that influence these economic releases that we cover. And again, it's just genuinely good to get around the PDT rule. Y'all good, Tristan. Thanks, bro. Thank you, Russ, for the donation, brother. Thank you, man. Callie wakes up in 4 minutes. Yeah. They offer some Forex pairs, but I don't think it's a lot of. I mean, let me see. You can look up. I think they offer some, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I'll have to look it up and see. All right, so you can trade E-mini NASDAQ, E-mini Russell, the NKD, the micro E-mini NASDAQ, micro E-mini Russell. Bear with me. Getting this set up now. You can trade the Australian dollar, the Canadian dollar, the Japanese yen, the E-mini Euro FX, the British pound, the Euro FX, the Swiss franc, hog cattle prices, crude oil, natty gas, wheat, corn, soybeans, 2-year notes in terms of bonds, 10-year notes, 30-year notes, euro dollar, 5-year notes, ultra note, ultra bond, gold, copper, silver. So yeah, you can trade some Forex, specifically the Australian dollar, the Canadian dollar, the Japanese yen, the British pound, the Euro FX, and the Swiss franc. All right, so we're starting to get some pullbacks here. Again, I'm not going to hold on to this forever. But I do want to let it consolidate and maybe run if it can. Again, check out the link in the description if you want to know. Who needs Forex trading signals? Are you trying to offer Forex trading signals here? Again, never buy signals from anybody. They're just scams. Most of the time, they're just trying to get you to send them your money, and you'll never see it again. It's just kind of like the Bitcoin scams. Yeah, I'm going to end up cutting this. I don't want to give too much of it back, all honesty. We're going to get out with a small loss. Taking a little risk after the plug. If we do try to get in, it'll be on Top Step. Can you explain the opening bell again? CPI numbers are right underneath me, Z. You send me 1 yacht, I'll send you 3 back. What about 4 yachts? Can you explain the opening bell again and how does it affect the market? So in terms of the stock market specifically here, you get 3 different stages of market activity. One of them is just the market's closed. The other one, one of the other ones is extended hours. It's called specifically extended hours trading. What that is it's pre-market and after hours. So it's not main market hours. So it's not like liquidity is not super strong in pre-market generally, but this is a lot of the time when companies will drop earnings.
in either early morning or late in the evening. They will drop economic data during this period of time and all that good stuff, because I guess it's seen as a little bit safer to drop these releases during less liquid parts of the market. And again, that's extended hours. Pre-market, I believe, is from like 4 a.m. to 9:30. After hours is from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then you have the main market hours from 9:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Those are the hours when liquidity is the strongest, as well as at the opening bell. Everybody starts to day trade because that's when liquidity is the strongest. They start to day trade, swing trade, algorithms pick up. And so a lot of focus and consolidated volume happens at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time at what's called the opening bell. And so it's just consolidated liquidity and volume movement because everybody's finally seeing the market open up. So trades are unleashed. Orders from the previous day with regards to like options and stuff like that are filled and start moving at the opening bell. And so again, it's the easiest way to describe it. It's just consolidated volume at 9:30, which is in about 25 minutes or so. What do you think about the Fed minutes report? We're going to stream it live today. It should be somewhat volatile, so it should move markets. We'll see. But again, we'll stream it. So sub if you haven't yet, hit the notification bell if you haven't yet. Again, we will stream the full thing live. All right, guys, we're going to get ready to trade futures. Make sure this is all set up. Make sure I can trade. No data. What? All right, there we go. All right, we got it up. This data isn't right. This isn't today's data. Bear with me, guys. All right, there we go. That is today's data. Wait, where'd it go? Oh. All right, guys. There we go. We are ready. All right, so again, market ripped up on better than expected CPI data, now finally starting to come back down a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to delete this just because it's too hard for me to vet. Like a lot of people are like, hey guys, have you ever heard about ABC stock picks? You know, a lot of the time it's just kind of bot promo. And so I'm just going to delete that. I'm not sure if it's a real site or not. I don't know if you're a bot or not. No offense, Bat. But yeah. But man, like I said, y'all are never going to hear the end of it. We called it exactly right today. Exactly right. So we will take that. Nah, you haven't been here long enough, Gabby. No offense. Plus, I don't think we need any more mods. I'm certainly not going to give modding power to anybody else unless they've been around for a long, long time, because there's too many people who pretend to be other people. And not saying that's you, but we've had too many people who were kind of borderline obsessed with the channel and toxic that got banned. And now I'm sure they're coming back as other names, and they're going to try to get on my good graces so that they can become a mod or whatever they want to do. But I'm just not going to allow any new people to become mods. No offense. I just don't trust enough people, to be honest here. I appreciate everybody, but yeah, I just don't trust them. Yeah, AI is super interesting. Can I be a mod now? You've been here a long time, Emmanuel. But again, I don't really need any more mods. Pawn basically helps me out. Cow. Honestly, some of these dudes, man. All right, guys. Let's see if the market finally bounces. But yeah, you guys see this. This is the S&P 500 futures contract. John is the mod. That's right. I'm here every day. We handle it. Do you think there's some people who mod the market? What do you mean? Dude, my son walks around calling everything mods. My son downloads an extension for Minecraft, and he's like, I downloaded a mod. And it's like, bro, that's not a mod. I actually downloaded him real mods. I let him use this computer to download a Curse Forge or whatever it's called, and I actually downloaded him some real mods, and he had fun with it. But I think they watch so many YouTube videos of like Preston plays and stuff like that that he thinks everything's a mod now. You know, at least my son does. I love you, John, but I wouldn't be a mod even if you paid me. Hey, well, that's all right, Sam. Again, I think if anything, there was a point in time where I had too many mods, and I appreciate all of us. You know, but I think I let so many people be mods, and I think most of them are chill, but I think some of them have more expectations, like they want to work for the channel, and we just don't have that many open spots for the channel. Like, we're a relatively small YouTube channel, and so we just don't need that many, in all honesty. Yeah. All right, guys. So again, consolidation here. I think we'll probably, I think we'll bounce, but who knows if we will or not. I think we probably will, but. I'm gonna fix this epic pin thing. This epic pin thing. Was it turn it off and restart it? I think we'll probably bounce, though, is my guess here. Again, who knows for sure, but I think we probably will bounce. All right, there we go. So yeah, I think consolidation, and then hopefully a bounce. I think my trade would have worked if I would have kept holding it. But you know what? I might buy a little bit of futures contracts here. And again, this is the S&P 500. We will buy one contract here. Start it off small. See if we get the pop that we're looking for. But we're just going to start off with one contract. We've been trying to trade the regular E-mini. I learned from the internet. I mean, I studied it, but not at school. I can't bear with you, but I can bull with you. Hey, it's all good. A little bit of green action coming in. I'm going to go ahead and cut it. We just made about $62, $70 just very quickly here. So we will take that green and then So not bad. Little green trade to start the day off. Yeah, for sure, pawn. It's pretty quiet in here. So mods are good. My nickname on Discord is John the Tyrannical because I'm just banning anybody that gives me even the slightest bit of trouble. I just ban them. Because again, it's like I could allow it, and they'll say, "Oh, free speech," and it's like, well, it's my personal YouTube channel. I'll do whatever I want. You can say whatever you want, but like I can react however I want, which is also to ban you. And you got some people that just kind of want to slowly chip away at your credibility, so they'll kind of like slowly. They'll ask either the same thing that they know might hurt my credibility over and over again, or they'll just kind of say off-putting things trying to get me to react. Generally, like the way I got to look at it is misery loves company. So if somebody's like deeply unhappy with themselves, sometimes like that will present itself in behaving like that, and that's usually what it is. And so in the end, I'm living my dream, man. I got I make very good money sitting here talking about the stock market for a couple hours a day. So very fulfilling life and beautiful family. I'm very happy. But some people aren't, and I wish them the best. I don't wish bad things on them. Anyways, I could have held the SPY trade. I could have let this ride up a little bit more, but we cut it. Again, just basing it off of extension. The way I generally like to trade is just extension. So I like looking for pullbacks and then buying the dip. I think when I bought that initial dip, like right here, it was just a little bit too early compared to the extension that we actually showed, Know any good places to show to buy physical gold? Not personally. How a person can be toxic in a channel like this one? Well, I mean, a lot of the time it's jealousy related. Okay, so like a lot of the time, like some of the people that were toxic, like talked about how pretty my wife was, and talked about how nice this office looked, and like, you know what I mean? So a lot of the time it's like rooted with unhappiness about themselves, is really what it roots in. I mean, they'll justify it and say, oh, well, but like that's really what the root of it is. And again, it's all good. I feel for them. I mean, listen, when AI John looks this good, I mean, listen, what can I expect from them? Look at AI John over here. This one kind of looks like me, but they added wrinkles to my face, which I'm personally offended by. Who is this man? Mr. Rogers and me had a baby, and this is him. That kind of looks like me. A little bit more wrinkles, though. They added wrinkles to my face. I don't know why. That is a little bit off. It's the nose. The nose is a little bit different. Who is this man right here? This one looks good. The only good ones are like in ridiculous outfits. Like whatever this kind of outfit is, this is one of the only good headshots they give me. The other one, I'm in a turtleneck, a polka dotted turtleneck. This man. That's my clone. Yeah, this is the Jordan Peele Us movie version of me. The one that's like living underground, waiting to come out and stuff. Who? Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's all good. People can say my wife's pretty. I appreciate it. They can say my house is nice. I appreciate it. As long as they don't turn into a hater from that stuff, then it's all good. I should have held that trade. Yeah, this is the first version of the AI headshots I got. Something's just not quite right. My kids were scared of this one. The other ones were better. All right, SPY started to rip up. Tesla today, CPI rate was 5%. Yeah, that's my evil doppelganger, right, for sure. Tesla was at the CPI report came in at 5%. Is what happened. 5%. We're gonna have to pull back here. Tesla, man, people want to see it. I can throw Tesla up. I'll put like Tesla up so I can put up like Bitcoin. All right, we still got about 12 or 13 minutes. All right, so here's Tesla on the bottom. Tesla ripping up at 191. Tesla doing a little bit stronger than the market is. Yeah, my daughter was genuinely scared of these pictures. Bitcoin's still at 30.5, so Bitcoin nicely pushed over there. We still got Tesla at 191, so we got about 20 or 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the Fed minutes report will reverse markets. Read the chat, bro. I've been reading the chat, man. What's up, Sim? I saw positive news about Snap. Microsoft uses their face stuff on Teams soon. Might save them. I think there's a... Yeah. Snap, I mean, Snap just has monetization problems. But their user base is actually very solid and very strong, and it's very widely used by young people. And so Snap, you know, just big user base, just monetization problems. Microsoft, the AI thing is just making Microsoft run. But again, we're pushing up so much that I'm just skeptical of buying up anything right now. I need a pullback, to be honest, and I don't know if we got one yet. But at a certain point, I'm going to start having to adjust what I consider cheap levels for stocks and raise them a little bit, I think, if the market continues to run. Hey, nice pawn. All right, guys, we got about 10 minutes before the opening bell. 10 minutes. Remember, we do have the Fed minutes report today, dropping today too. So we do have the Fed minutes report. We got PPI dropping tomorrow. We got a lot of stuff going on today. A lot of stuff. Let me make sure I monetize this stream. I think I did. Let me make sure. Yep. Okay, good. Appreciate all the donations too, guys. Thank you. John, what do you prefer, micro or E-mini? It depends on the size and the volatility of the day here. It depends on the range, really. Like if the range is big, the micro. If the range is small, the regular. But it varies. Why have you switched from micros to minis? Because I think one micro contract could be fine for how I trade, but are you long? I'm not at anything right now. I'm pretty flat. I'm waiting for the opening bell in about 8 minutes. Yeah, I mean, AI is definitely the future. I mean, again, I've had a lot of people here try to say it was gimmicks or whatever they want to call it, but like, and look at the headshots. Again, AI is going to change productivity as we know it. And I think sometimes, and I'm not hating on all like the older population, but I think sometimes like the older population said the same thing about the internet. They said the same thing about mail order products. They said the same thing about crypto. And I think there are some of the older population are now saying the same thing about AI. But I think when you take a step back and you zoom out and you look at it objectively, I think that it's genuinely changing productivity as we know it, and it is a very self-evident thing. I mean, again, what you're going to see dwindle down is the need for graphic artists, logo designers, photographers. Those three things are going to severely lose business in a huge way. And as well as it's going to impact writing as a whole. Nonfiction writing, I think, is going to go completely away. It's not going to be written by a human anymore. With regards to nonfiction, a lot of sectors, or a lot of the nonfiction, writers are going to lose jobs. Not all of them. There's still going to be isolated sectors there that are okay, but a lot of nonfiction writers are going to lose jobs. Even fiction is going to be affected by it, I think, as well as like the more important productivity change in that way, which is programming and software development and coding. Again, if you could ask ChatGPT to write out really interesting code, especially front end work. I think I'm a React Native developer, which is mostly front end. Like I do like mobile development, I do website development. I know how to do it. I don't really need to work like that anymore, but I know it is a skill that I have, basically front end, React Native, JavaScript programming. I could ask ChatGPT to write me a full application from React and React Native, and it will write that application up. Now, it's not going to be without error, but I think over time you're going to see like overseers. Instead of having all these kind of programmers doing grunt work, so to speak, you're going to have these programmers doing, for lack of a better word, you're going to have these programmers now kind of overseeing AI programs, and like editing them and fixing them, but having AI basically do a lot of the grunt work. And so it's going to change that as we know it as well. And again, I think it's a very self-evident thing. And again, people could say it's been around for a long time. It hasn't ever been this good. And what that means, if you look at the trend of it, is that it's only going to get better and better and better and better. That's the true reality of it, is that it's only going to get better. And as that happens, it's going to change productivity and work as we know it. And I think that's very obvious. And so AI plays are huge right now. I still think they've got a very high ceiling in that way. But yeah. CPI is a negative. CPI was positive, very positive. I mean, or lower is better. It means prices. And so lower pricing is better with inflation. Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, AI code needs to be debugged. But again, it's only going to get better and better and better. What argument, Chris? You talking about me? Steam engine is taking our jobs. Yeah. Carriage the carriage was replaced by the automobile. People who worked on carriages lost jobs. It doesn't mean it was a bad transition. Fed minutes report coming out at 2 p.m. on the dot today. We'll be streaming then too. Yeah, even trading will be wildly affected by it. A lot of people, people might lose jobs, but I think they're going to find jobs in other ways, right? Like some of the grunt work is going to be replaced, of course, but then that's going to be, it'll raise the standard for sure in terms of work. But again, other jobs are going to be created by it, and so it's not all bad. It's just going to mean that we have higher capability of technology production. So. Yeah, old tech that failed or never went anywhere. Yeah, but VHS was big for us. VHS. The reason VHS was replaced is because there was a better alternative to it, and so sure, over time, as technology evolves, there are certain things are going to get replaced by better things. Is generally how it goes. But in that regard, AI is not going to get replaced by better things. The AI is just going to improve, and it's going to get better, and it's going to get better, and it's going to get better. Again, the risk of AI is not Skynet, Terminator, turning against the world. The risk is people losing jobs and not needing certain amounts of work, and how that influences the economy and everything else. But again, I think jobs are going to be created by it as well. So I don't think it's a complete loss net. So it just depends on how you look at it, I guess. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Yeah, you'll probably have prompt engineers, AI. What do they call them? AI word something. Yeah, market's consolidating over the last 20 minutes, but green on the day. For programmers, you can learn legacy, older languages. Yeah, but I think the whole point is, like, nobody wants to spend time learning a language that you're not going to need in 10 years. And so I guess people, but at the same time, the natural evolution of code is you're always having to learn new languages anyway. And like, learning programming is not about learning the syntax or the grammar or vocabulary of that language. It's more about learning the concepts like Boolean, conditional statements, functions, classes, you know what I mean? Like, stuff like that, right? Like, that's what code is, more so than the specific language. There'll always be new languages. All right, guys, 20 seconds. All right, here's the opening bell. Good luck, team. I'm not working on any development projects right now, but I know how to, like I said, JavaScript, React Native mostly. But I also know Python, so it varies. But all right, guys, Tesla breaking down a little bit here. E-mini falling down some, getting slight bearish action. We were slightly green in futures today. We're up about $60 or $70. How long does it take to learn Python? Well, it depends on if you know how to code or not yet. Python's a very literal language. It's very easy to learn. All right, guys, market's dropping some at the open. All right, starting to move up a little bit here. Yeah, Python's the one you want to learn for like AI or algorithmic learning or machine learning, or trading. Trading's most trading. Pine script, Python, they're all very similar. All right, market's starting to bounce back, kind of chop at the open. We're going to try to let the opening range break. Microsoft popping up to 286s now. I did think Microsoft lagged a little bit behind the report today. So Yeah, data came in at 5%. It's right underneath me. Yeah, for sure, Vlad. It depends on if you know how to program or not. If you know how to program, you can learn Python pretty quick. If you've never programmed before, it's going to take much longer. But I would say to learn it efficiently, or effectively, where you can actually use it, I would give it. If you're brand new, I would give it. If you really want to learn it and understand it, I would get. It depends on how. If you dedicate like 5+ hours a day, you could probably learn it in a couple months. If you only a couple hours a day, it might take you, 6 months plus. You can use like Team Treehouse if you want to learn. Market's moving up a little bit. We'll see if it actually holds. This moves up. Still underneath the volume weighted average price though. But you could use like Team Treehouse. You could use Udemy. You could use. There's a lot of sources. Freecodecamp.org or whatever it is. I can't remember. There's a lot of good free resources there that you can use. We trade stocks, futures, a little bit of everything. Yeah, W3 has got a good it's not really video courses, but it's got a good text course, I think. Is it requested a lot in the US? Well, Python's a huge language. I mean, I come from more JavaScript, so like front end, but Python's kind of a back end data driven language that it's very literal, so it's not the hardest to learn either. But you use it for like trading, AI, algorithmic stuff, machine learning. SPY starting to rejected the volume weighted average price. So again, choppy opening range here. Again, we're going to look at this here. Tesla breaking down a little bit under the volume weighted average price. Ban, you're pretty late behind the stream, bro. CPI was released like an hour ago, dude. So it sounds like you're pretty delayed. Hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're caught up. But yeah, it is now 9:34 market time. Well, that's mostly for everybody. Most coding is copy and paste. I mean, you can write up your own algorithms, but most likely somebody's already done it for you. All right, very sideways range. We're going to look for this range to break and then maybe take a trade based off of that break of range. Got a little cushion on the day that we can play with. And again, we do have the Fed minutes report coming out later, which is a big release, guys. It's a big report. Sideways chop, sideways range. We're going to wait for it to break out of this range. Microsoft just broke under the VWAP here. Looking at Apple as well. Let me put up another chart somewhere. Let me find it. But again, very middle range movement right now here. Apple bouncing at the VWAP here. Tesla still breaking down some. NVIDIA breaking down. I'm seeing weakness in NVIDIA and chips. Apple moving up, kind of helping the market move up some. Microsoft under the VWAP, though. So I don't know if I trust the market right now. I really got to just wait for this range to break, I think. Yeah, I remember everybody was telling us that ChatGPT predicted the stock market crash. And then the market ended up ripping up. They were like, yeah, man, ChatGPT said it would be on this date. And then the market flew up. And then nobody ever said it again. A little bit of both, Grand Slam. We swing trade. I'm probably better at swing trading than anything else, Grand Slam. But I day trade, of course. And then we do a little bit of everything. We scalp. We take longer term trades. Again, sideways range right now, man. I'm not really seeing much. SPY starting to push up, test highs. We're right at the volume weighted average price. So again, we'll see if we pull back now, but all right, rejecting at the top, rejecting at the volume weighted average price. Again, a very sideways choppy range so far. Bitcoin up to about 30.4K. Tesla underneath the volume weighted average price under 190 here, about 189.70s. So just kind of hanging out right now. Pulling back now. Where are all the bulls now? Question mark. Well, I mean, if we zoom out here, you know, I always find it funny where like the market rips up, bears are silent. You know, market pulls back as a correction, and they're like, "Aha! See?" It's like, well, the market's still up huge relative to where we were prior to that. And again, I'm not even saying we hold. I have no idea if we're going to hold this or not. The Fed minutes report later on today might influence these. But I mean, if we're looking at it relative to this morning, the market is incredibly green so far. Like generally what happens when you gap up big in pre-market is you get profit taking at the opening bell. It doesn't necessarily mean the whole move is done though. Yeah, chop. Haven't really traded much. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Hey, good morning. Yeah, earnings season starts. I'm excited for it. Should be fun. Credit Suisse on watch. Market's starting to look weaker now. We will short it if it sets up well enough, but there's two. I don't want to get a pop up here and then a fail. This looks weak though. I tried to scalp it. I don't know if I caught it there. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. I made a little bit. About 75 on the day. So there's no speech. That's a common misconception. The Fed minutes report is not a speech. What the Fed minutes report is a detailed analysis of the last Fed rate hike decision that will give you some foresight into what they might potentially do afterwards. We're going to short this. But yeah, it's just kind of a detailed analysis of what they might do during the next Fed meeting, why they chose to make the decision that they did in the last one. All right, so we're in one contract of the regular E-mini here, about flat right now. Gonna give it time. Again, we're about flat. All right, just cut. So just made a little bit on that short. So we are up about 100 and 137 on the day. Waited for the range break, caught the range break. Market started to break down. Well, Saj, I'm not going to say you were wrong, but, you know. Also, it's just a general request. Again, I get so many people trying to pull me in so many different directions that it's best to not tell me to do anything. Like, don't ever say, hey, buy this or sell this, especially not to me or the chat. Because, again, you could say, hey, I think the market's going to drop, or hey, I think the market's going to go up. But pressuring people to do one specific thing is not really profitable. It just influences people's trading decisions too much. And nobody really knows which way the market's heading. And so it's best to just keep stuff like that out of it. What could be an explanation for a market reaction like this to positive data? Well, again, the market's up right now. Most likely what this means, number one, is like the market's gapping up still on the day. Market is green on the day. Market had a very positive reaction from CPI. Now, generally, it's not going to hold the full move, and generally, it's going to correct some back down like it did. But, it's not like we're super red on the day. We're actually very green. We're just kind of correcting some, because what happens is like people who rode this entire move up are starting to take profit. Another dynamic of it is like if we zoom out here and we put up like a 1 month chart, market is very green over the last 20 to 30 days. And so in that regard, there's probably some extension heading into this from front loading and basically getting baked in to a positive result in the market. So you can kind of see the market's up pretty solid amounts leading up to this report. And so it's something where buy the rumor, sell the news type of thing, where people rode the move up already leading up to this report. So now that the report's out, number one, we're still green from it, but a lot of people are probably taking profit on a sell the news, buy the rumor, sell the news scenario is most likely what it is. But yeah, Saj, I mean, not to say it again, but this is why it's better not to pressure anybody to do a specific thing, because shorts are right. All right, market started to really reverse here. So the Fed minutes report will be really interesting. Hey, thanks, Ricky. Hey, thanks, bro. Bank earnings are Friday, so day after tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, one of my influences is like I'm looking at blue chips as well right now, because blue chips are what's influencing the S&P, right? So if we look at Microsoft's doing this right now. We look at Nvidia's doing this right now. We look at Apple's doing this right now. And so when I say, hey, I'm shorting, it's based off of what all the other blue chips are doing, as well as like what I saw the momentum showing up as. It's not offense, Saj. It's just as a request not to pressure anybody to do anything. It's not helpful. Again, it's not helpful to say, hey, do this, guys, or hey, do this, and again, it's not just you. I'm pretty consistent with this rule, and it's all love here, man. It's all good. I mean, I'm not mad at you. I'm not going to ban you or anything. Like, you're good, man. I'm just asking you as a request not to pressure anybody to do anything, and that doesn't go for just you. That goes for everybody here, especially if I get into a trade and I take a position. Don't say, John, don't do that sell, or John, don't do that buy. It's just not helpful. But it's all good, man. I get it. You're trying to help, and I understand. Microsoft started to bounce back a little bit, testing that previous closing price. We'll see if we get a pop back. Again, we're a little bit too extended on the downside for me to want to short this again, but we're a little bit too weak looking for me to want to long it now. So I'm just going to stay tight, wait, and just be patient. Yeah, I mean, Saj, I'm really not trying to argue with me. I clearly meant short term, man. And it's not really something where, like, we can zoom out on anything to confirm our bias. Like, I could say, hey, bulls are right, and zoom out to a 10-day chart and show us that we're up over a 10-day period and say, ha, bulls are right. I could put a yearly chart up and say, ha, shorts are right, bears are right. See, I could put a 20-year chart up and say, ha, see, bulls are right. I could put up a 30-second chart and see, ha, bulls are right. I could put up a 2-minute chart and say, ha, bears are right. Right? So I could put up whatever kind of chart I can to confirm my bias and my prediction, and that's fine. But it doesn't mean it's right. And again, I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea. All I know is I made money from the short you yelled at me to get out of. But it's all good. Apple bounced it up today. Nvidia is still bouncing up a little bit. Again, I don't really trust it. I think overall we're in a downward trend. So I think a lot of the time, like, we'll bounce up and then we'll continue breaking down here. But we're a little bit too extended on the downside for my taste to buy this up. Data's 5%. Live to learn. Look right on. Look underneath the top step symbol. You'll see the data. All right, so yeah, there's a little bit of that continuation in the downward move that I thought we might get. The only thing I see, though, is Tesla starting to bounce up a little bit. We'll see if that influences things. Again, no losses on futures trading right now. We're up about 140. No losing trades yet. I'm going to put Bitcoin up. You can see Bitcoin starting to move. It's at about 30.2. Fed minutes is at 2 p.m. All right, guys. So we're starting to break down a little bit here. And like, again, if you look at Bitcoin here, Bitcoin's starting to move. Look at the bounce back up happening. in the SPY, but choppiness at this point in time. And again, we're in that situation where we're a little bit too extended on the downside for my taste, a little bit too extended on the upside for it. 5 minutes, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is what that is. Look at Tesla break. Tesla breaking down is at 187.30s. But again, the more Tesla drops, the more I think a potential bounce is going to happen here. So again, y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. We cover all this data very quickly every day. Again, I'm okay at day trading, but I'm mostly I think I'm mostly good at swing trading. And so if you haven't already, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, help this channel grow. Market starting to bounce back a little bit. Starting to get a rebound back up. I don't know if I want to short this or not. I need to wake up a little bit, man. I'm green on the day. But ooh. Do you have a timer for people outside the US? Nah, man. You got to just research it. Google's your friend, sir. Google's your friend, man. And so again, the report drops at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Type that in Google and then type in your local time, and it'll tell you what time locally it starts for you. I'm not going to do that for you, brother. Hope you understand. Market starting to rip back up. Again, a little bit too extended on the downside for my taste. I'm using Quant Tower. MJ, thanks, bro. Microsoft starting to bounce back, almost up to 284s. Again, Apple starting to move. They say my whistling helps the market go up, but I don't know, you know. Let's see, Bitcoin back up to 30.2s. I'm offended. I'm offended that you're offended, man. I'm using Carol's coffee mug right now. It's the Queen Bee coffee mug, you know. The problem lately is that I'm running out of coffee earlier than I normally do. I don't know whether to uptick my coffee or just kind of leave it alone. Yeah, definitely top 3 best whistlers in the world right now for sure. Top 3 for sure. You know, like I said, I've given the list before. It goes Pee Wee Herman, number 1. Jon Snow from Game of Thrones, number 2. And then John Beginner Trading, number 3. Definitely 3. But hey, you know, 3's better than nothing, right? I would say we're in a downward trend, but I have no idea if we're going to continue in this trend here. Generally, I think that, like, okay, we move down like this. Get out of the way. We We move down like this, and then we rebound back up a little bit, and then we break down, and then we go like that. That's something that you see a lot, but I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just basing it off of historical movements. Whoa, what the heck did I just do? I didn't even know I could click that button and do that to my screen. Everything you touch turns to gold. Definitely does, man. You know, definitely top 3. Everything I touch turns to gold traders in the world right now. Negative divergence forming on NASDAQ? Maybe. Dollar index. We can put the dollar index up. There's the Dixie right there. So Dixie has been weak. Market's almost moving with it, though. And so I guess we could be more in recession fears because of the banking stuff. But I think the Fed minutes will influence that, too. What happened in December, bro? I cover a lot of them. I don't. They all blend into me after a certain point. Yeah, I kind of like the song. It's a little bit too fast paced for my like trading taste, but I like it. You know, I can't pretend I don't like it. It's kind of like when Adele starts playing and you don't really want to like it, but you're kind of like, I don't know. You know what I mean? My daughter will listen to Taylor Swift and I'll sit there and be like, you know. I don't know what's the song called, man. This song is called Our World by Runin. Is the dropping related to SVB and domino effect market still in fear? Maybe. I think it's most likely. I think that's less likely. I think it's more likely that the market is just pushed up very heavily over the last 10 days to 20 days. Market's been very green. Again, if we zoom out here and we look at if we put a 10-day chart up here and we put up a 4-hour chart on a 10-day basis, right? Market's up a lot. The E-mini's up less than the SPY. The SPY is the easier way to show you. Hold on, let me just put this back up. So like here's the SPY on the top. We put up a 10-day chart. The S&P's up pretty big over the last 10 days. So like we're up heavily over the last 10 days. And so, you know, the market tends to be ahead of data. You know, maybe from insiders, maybe, you know, whatever, we can speculate on why. But generally, it's a buy the rumor, sell the news. So, like, basically, positive data was front-loaded up to this report. So people were getting baked into a potential positive response leading up to this, which is what made the market move up. Now that the report is out, people who rode that move up are now taking profit. They're selling. Because again, we're already up from that move. Because over the last 10 days, we haven't really had any justifiable reason to continue moving up as much as we had been. And to me, it was extended leading up to it. So it's most likely not. It's most likely not a SVB related, except for maybe some recession fears. That mean, you know, we want higher pricing if a recession is super feared. But I think it's more so just extension over the last 10 to 20 days. And as well as like you look at a 6-month chart, you know, right here, market's up big over the last 6 months too. And so at a certain point, profit taking is going to happen. And I think that's just what we're experiencing right now. Start a rebound back up. I mean, we're still technically green from the report. We're just not as green anymore. Fed minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mortal Kombat. You know. Scorpion or Sub-Zero? I was always like a Sub-Zero dude, but like, you know, Microsoft's starting to rip up. Tesla bouncing back a little bit. Nvidia bouncing back a little bit. Apple bouncing back a little bit. Now they're all underneath the volume weighted average price, and so technically we're still in a downward trend since the opening bell. But we are starting to test the neutral level here. No, I cut it pretty quick, Sash. Crazy day for growth. We grew by like 500 subs today or more. So, hey, thank you guys. We appreciate the love for sure. Thanks for the love on the video we posted yesterday too. We posted a video kind of prelimming the CPI report. But again, I mean, listen, we called it out. Y'all will never hear the end of this. We said before the report, people were begging me for a prediction. I mean, when you look this good, I mean, I guess that just happens. But sarcasm, guys, don't get too bad. But people were begging me for a prediction, and so I gave them one. I said 5% is what I think will show up as, which was lower than expected, and we showed up at exactly 5%. And so, hey, when you know, when you're good, and definitely top 3 CPI predictors in the world right now. Which market is more resistant to crash, futures or stocks? Well, it depends on what futures, man. Futures are just commodities with some stock index futures thrown in there. And so it depends on which ones. Gold is going to be, more resistant to a crash than the S&P 500 futures contract that I've been trading today. But it depends, man. You got cattle prices. I mean, those are not the most relevant to crashes, but I guess they're somewhat relevant. It just depends. Oh, I'm definitely going to make some type of short. And yeah, guys, like I said, check out Top Step. Top Step's a sponsor of mine, so if you want to check them out, again, I'm certainly biased in their favor, but in some funded account programs get some hate, but Top Step is the most legit futures one in the world. They've been around for over 10 years. They pay out millions of dollars every year in actual withdrawals from their funded traders. So their funded traders are withdrawing millions from them every year. They're funding thousands of traders a year. And the perspective that you have to look at a funded account program with, again, is that if I could start over, I would 1,000% use a funded account program. My dog Bruce is barking at, probably getting food ready. But if I could start over, I would 1,000% use a funded account program. And I'll explain why. Is because almost every single day trader is going to lose money in the beginning. Every single one is almost certain. Some might get lucky, but a large majority of people are going to lose money. And so you can either put up 15K or whatever it is to trade futures yourself, or 25K if you want to day trade stocks actively, and probably lose a ton of money in the beginning if you're learning. Or you could try out a funded account program. You're essentially day trading the S&P 500. Same type of movement as blue chips, reacts to economic data. And you can day trade that in futures, but with limited risk. And so if you're not good enough to pass it, you're only down, what, $140? If you use my link, you get 20% off, $140. It's not the end of the world. It's very small. You can reset it for 100. But if you're good enough to pass it, then you still keep 90% of your profit once you're funded. So if you get funded and you make 50K, just as an example, let me give you an easy one. You make 20K, 10K. We'll keep it 10K. You make 10K. You keep 9 of that. They keep 1. Since they're funding you that money. And so it's the best of both worlds. It's limited risk, but if you're good enough, you still keep most of your profit. And again, I think most people are going to lose. But again, this is going to save them money, because if they put up the money themselves, they probably lose more. But again, I am biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine. They pay me money. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor. I always try to be transparent about that. But again, if you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel. Here's the link. My dog is barking. Hold on. CPI report's out already, Ivan. It's out. It might be underneath. It's at 5%. We were right exactly about it. 5%. What is wrong with my phone, dude? Verizon's got some type of issue in my area. Let me use my other phone to call. I think this rally is finished unless the Fed minutes indicates a pause, which does not seem likely. We're headed back to 52. I think a pause is very likely. Honestly, we had lower inflationary data. We had much lower inflationary data than last time. Lower than expected data. All right, guys, I'll be right back. My dog's barking. I got to get Carol to let him out. I'll be right back. All right, guys. John, have you been in a big trade and lost the internet? Yeah. I've been trading for 6 years. So I've had all that stuff happen. Microsoft bouncing back as well. SPY started to bounce back too. Apple pulled back to the previous closing price and bounced. Nvidia pulled back. It's starting to bounce a little bit. Sorry, Carol. So the reason Bruce is in his crate is because like we've got a barking problem over here. Bruce, and it's really Rosie. Like my dog Rosie is just a barker. She barks at her neighbors. She barks at everybody. Our neighbors freaking hate us. And so they're just barkers. And you want to see Bruce? Let me find Bruce. Bruce is a pretty dog though. Bruce is huge, man. I never imagined Bruce would get this big. Like, I don't want to get him fixed yet because, like, they say getting him fixed. Makes him stop growing. But here's Bruce. I gotta find him. Sorry. There he is. This is Bruce a couple months ago when he was just 7 months old. So Bruce, 7 months old. That's Bruce at 7 months. Bruce is gonna be like 100 pounds. Yeah. So Bruce is huge, honestly. Like that dog is heavy. He's thick. You know, he runs into me. He knocks me down. He doesn't knock me down. But like if he's not paying attention, like if I'm throwing the ball with him and he's like looking the other way for the ball and he runs by me, he will ram into me like a linebacker. Like he is huge. No, he's a shepherd, German shepherd. And he's even bigger now. He has grown so much in the last couple months, dude. I never imagined he would be this big. Part of me feels bad getting him fixed because he's such a pretty dog, man. And I want to let him have babies, but You know, he's really desperate to please too. Like here is Bruce and Rosie at my house. So check him out. Look, you should be able to hear the sound.
Rosie, you're just the happiest dog ever. All right, ready? Sit, stay, stay, stay.
This was a long time ago, but
Come. Good boy. Sit. Rosie, sit. Ready? Sit. Shake. Good boy. Shake. Good girl. All right. Ready? Bang, bang. Nope. Bang, bang.
he's getting better. Rosie knows how to do it.
Bruce. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Good boy. Good boy. There you go. There you go. Good job.
All right, so that's Bruce and Rosie. Rosie's a sweetheart, though. Rosie's like my baby. You know, I might secretly love Rosie a little bit more. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. Great with kids. Hey, thanks, Sash. Yeah, thank you. Just good dogs, man. Rosie is like our family dog, though. But Bruce is much bigger now. He's huge. But yeah, guys. All right, so market's bouncing back a little bit. I think my edge of the day is probably over with. So I'm going to be back for Fed Minutes, guys, later on today. Again, at 2 p.m. on the dot, the Fed Minutes report. We're going to start streaming a little bit earlier than that, though. So again, if you haven't already, my big thing here is like we're just a free resource and community. So I don't sell a course. I don't sell my own service. Yes, I have sponsors. I do maybe like 3 plugs a stream. 3 to 4 plugs out of a 4-hour stream is 1 plug an hour. I think a very reasonable amount of advertisements on the channel. And of course, we're going to subsidize the channel, but we don't sell a course. We don't even claim to be good traders or experts. Again, I'm probably better at swing trading than I am at day trading, in all honesty, if I'm being completely honest. And I'm green on the year swing trading on TOS. Very good year for me so far, and we'll see if we keep it up. But yeah, guys, we just try to be honest with people and just create a free resource and community of traders where we don't try to sell you a course for thousands of dollars. We kind of put everything out there for free. We cover economic data, earnings, Jerome Powell press conferences, Fed minutes, FOMC, all that good stuff. We cover it all for free, and we stream it all live so you can watch it live, and we'll break it down as we do it. And so, hey, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. I will be back later on today for the Fed minutes report. And yeah, it was fun hanging out with everybody today. Good luck. Y'all be safe, and I'll see you guys later in a couple hours for the Fed minutes report. Market's rebounding back up here, so maybe you were right, Saj. But again, I was right too. It's all perspective. It all depends on the time frame. But yeah, guys, I'm out. Good luck. Y'all be good. Hit the sub button and the notification bell if you want an alert when we do the Fed minutes report. But yeah, later, team.